Attention on this channel. We've got an important message. All observations and opinions shared here are for educational purposes only. This content is intended for adults. Viewer discretion is advised. Be advised that any individuals mentioned are not intended to suggest involvement in any crime.
Case by case, got the fire.
Ha!
Yo, you wanna talk about true crime? We start with the data flows. Digital footprints meet criminal defense, that's how this story goes. This channel's all about online evidence, the stuff they overlook. From live stream chats to deleted posts, it's all in the true crime book. My goal is to provide insight for the attorney in the darkest hour, to find the proof that can make a case or break a criminal's power. So whether you're a lawyer or a PI, we're diving deep in the mess, exposing misconduct and hidden truths to get to the very best leads. We break it down case by case on the trail of the facts. We show how digital evidence changes case outcomes. We on their tracks. No rumors, no gossip, just the evidence clear and concise. Shining a light on the shadows at any cost or price. What do we do?
Case by case.
What's the motto? We're here for the victims, the ones who were left behind. We're here for the families, giving them peace of mind. We follow the paper trail, the digital footprints and the timelines. Connecting the dots, we're reading between the lines. We don't just talk theory, we show you how it works in practice. We're here to help you stay ahead of the curve, to get a new analysis. You think you're in charge, but we're here to find what matters most. We're giving a voice to the voiceless, like a digital ghost. Digital ghost, digital ghost. We break it down case by case on the trail of the facts. We show how digital evidence changes case outcomes. We on their tracks. No rumors, no gossip, just the evidence clear and concise. Shining a light on the shadows at any cost or price. What do we do?
Case by case.
What's the motto? From digital clues. The mystery, you wanna know the answers? We're dedicated to the chase. From the first look at the scene to the final resting place. We're here to find the answers, to give the victims their due. A true crime channel with a heart and a purpose too. We're here to build up, to expose the truth, and to shine a light on the darkest of deeds with all our might. We're here for the truth, we're here for the facts, and that's it. We don't chase the trends, we just chase the truth and never quit. We let the past speak for itself, we let the facts lay the ground. We're just here to be a voice, a tribute that is sound. Yeah, it's all for the truth. All for the truth.
Ha! Come on, come on. Let's go.
Their thoughts for you, yeah. Won't kiss the ring. Yeah. Come on. Let's go.
Hey, welcome to Case by Case, episode 36 of the Delphi Vault. I love all of you guys blowing up the chat before we even went live. Sorry we were late. We were backstage discussing things. So, why do I feel like my camera's blurry? It's always something, isn't it? How's everybody doing? Is my camera blurry? Like super blurry? I feel like it's crazy blurry. Take off my glasses. No, it's still blurry. So we have a hell of a random show for you today. Oh, wait, that's better. Here we go. Yeah, we have a hell of a random show for you guys today with Quester and Fungi who are backstage. I'm going to get ready to pull them on. Please hit the like, subscribe. That's free, and share. Rocky is currently on the loose, walking around my upstairs. So if he destroys my other Achilles by biting my ankle and I scream, I'm just forewarning you. He's not the nicest bird ever. But he's walking around talking, so you might hear him in the background. It's not a fire alarm needing batteries changed or anything like that. But we have a lot to talk about today, a lot. And yeah, I'm just going to bring them on. And we're going to dive in. So, hey, Steve. Who's Steve? Steve. I think Steve, Angel Eyes. Is that Steve? Is that who you guys keep talking to? Because every time Angel Eyes is on here, someone's talking to Steve. And I'm like, okay, am I missing something? Hey, Big JD. Hey, Mother of Dragons. Welcome in all of my mods. I love you guys. Let me bring Great Lakes Fungi in. Oh, today she's feeling a little bit Western. So no shit talking on her emoji or her avatar.
Ready to rustle up some cattle.
Yeah. So, hey, Quester. Hey, Fungi.
Hello, all.
Hello.
Hello.
All right. So, do you guys have anything to say before we get started, or should I just cut right to the chase?
I just want to say today it's probably the most important stream I've ever been on. So, because I think we're going to, well, you'll see. It's some very big stuff. Like this is probably the best stuff we've done.
Really?
I think so, because it's just so solid in my opinion.
Okay. Well, if you can't tell, I'm starving. I've been up since like 4 o'clock this morning.
Yeah, I know. I couldn't sleep, and I was like, Amy, I can't sleep. I keep thinking about the case. She's like, I'm wide awake, and I'm like, I should probably reply to her. I'm tired now. I kind of want to fall asleep now that I told her that.
But you didn't. You didn't reply, and I'm like laying here like, okay.
Because I fell asleep. I fell asleep, and I felt bad about it, but I felt really good that I got rest. So, Quester, how'd you sleep?
Oh, sort of lying down.
That's actually really good because there's some creatures that do it from hanging from upside down from like trees and stuff.
Yeah, as long as the lid's put back on the coffin, I'm quite okay.
What he means to say is, I don't give a shit about what you girls are doing. I'll be there when I get there.
I think he's saying he's a vampire.
Mm-mm. I think he's saying I don't give a shit.
It's okay. I believe you, Quester.
Perhaps I'm a vampire that doesn't give a shit.
That's the best kind of vampire.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So everybody in the chat, like, share, because we're going to do a little bit of a rewind. And I just want to point out, hold on. Oh, shoot. You know what? I have so much loaded up today.
You should put them in separate little folders so that you can take one out and then put one in.
Listen, if you could see my folders, you would probably criticize me.
I mean, I probably would, but you know I still love you.
You would. No, you would. Because you have more free time than I do. Motherfucker.
It's true. I definitely do.
Yeah, you do. And hold on. Wait a minute. Why is this so small?
That's what she said.
Okay.
Quester, what time was that picture that you sent me? The last picture that you sent me that I asked for in the email. What time is it supposed to be?
1:48.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
So, that's what it is. I have too much uploaded. God bless America. Okay, we'll get to it. No, it's kind of an important, well, it doesn't matter. So we have shared with you, everybody, all of the things in the phone data that we've had access to. And I know that based off the different extraction reports, some people may disagree with us. However, we have gone over it with a fine-tooth comb, and there is a section of the phone data that tells us that things were going on with the phone, uploads and app in the foreground, in the background. And no, you can't argue with us about, well, it doesn't say there was a picture uploaded. No one can argue that, because I'm going to fall back on the 207 photo of Abby on the bridge, that there was no upload and the photo doesn't exist. So that's where we started going down the avenue of there were different phones in play on the bridge. Remember those conversations? Remember those lives? It was probably episode like 28 through 33 of the Vault, where we talked about the different things that could be going on with the phone. And all we have to work with is what's been available publicly. And then we've had a couple of extra advantages of different things being sent based on communication from different sources. And I'm going to tell you right now, Michael Osbrook is not our only source at all. There's other people who worked in law enforcement who does not agree with the way the Carroll County Sheriff's Department, ISP, or the FBI handled the case. So we've taken everything. We don't have to divulge everything to you. We can just show you some of the results. You can believe it, not believe it, disregard it, digest it. It's up to you. However, we're going to start here with proving our point that there are photographs that were uploaded onto Libby's Snapchat that we've never seen. They were either deleted, obliterated, but they existed. And there are timestamps and there are events in the phone data that proves that things were going on with the phone that, for whatever reason, publicly we have not seen. So let me remove myself. Share my screen.
So we just guessed that they were out in the trails somewhere there looking.
And these trails, by the way, for anybody who doesn't know, you live there, you grew up on them. Mm-hmm. People go on them all the time. They're not like some secluded woods. They are secluded, and they have these. They're made for walking.
Yeah.
But if you could describe that too a little bit, what was it like? You know, to walk down. They were a lot other people there.
Mm-hmm. There were groups of kids that had been there throughout the day. Mm. I had actually Chase, my boyfriend's younger sister, had been there just before I had dropped the girls off. We thought they were still there when I dropped them off, but I'd found out later.
Okay, did you hear that? There were groups of kids out there, my sister's age, girls and boys. And we thought that my boyfriend's younger sister was still out there, but then we found out later she had already left. Well, We know based on Bree Wilbur's testimony, they were still there. They just weren't at Monon High Bridge. Because when Libby sent them a message, the response was, we are not at the High Bridge. We left 10 minutes ago.
That they had already left. But when I got there and was looking, there were maybe 4 or 5 other girls and boys there that were probably around Libby's age. When you first walk in, the trail is, you can go 3 different ways. One that goes down to the water, one that goes to High Bridge, and one that goes back to Freedom Bridge, which goes over the Hoosier Heartland. And they obviously went down. We went down towards High Bridge because that's where we assumed they were. It's basically a long trail in between a wood. So there's nothing but trees on both sides. Once you get there, there's you're actually not supposed to go on the bridge. So there's a guardrail that you're, it doesn't go fully to the length of the path. So you can go around the guardrail and then you get on the bridge, and this bridge is probably 60 feet high over Deer Creek.
Very scary.
Very scary. I wouldn't go over it. It's basically, most of the railroad ties are rotten, so there's big gaps in between all of them. So you have to be very careful while crossing it. So the first time Libby got me to cross it, I crawled across it. So it's terrifying. I don't recommend it to anyone. Then once you're at the end, it's actually you're trespassing on private property. It's the house. There's a house back there that is it's just somebody else's driveway, so you're not supposed.
So clearly, they were aware of the Webbers, the house being back there, it being private property. And yet, Libby, according to ISP, who's scared for her life, along with Abby, say there's no path. They have nowhere to go. This is bullshit. Libby knew exactly where the house was at the end of the south end of the bridge. And if she needed help, she could have ran there.
Supposed to go down there, but people do it anyway. So while I was there searching, me and my uncle went across the bridge, and we were looking down on the trails, on the driveway, really, that's down there, to see if maybe they'd gone off the bridge and were on the trail that's down there. We'd yelled her name for maybe 20, 30 minutes, and we were like, we're not finding her anywhere. We called her phone to see if we could hear it ring, but we didn't hear anything. It's not like we're in town, so there wasn't any noise. So if it were there somewhere that was in our distance, we would have heard her phone ringing. So we were like, okay, she's not down here. So we went back.
So, Quester, let me insert here that we need to make it our next point of agenda is to find out, based on the phone data, when people were calling the phone and when it started going to voicemail. Because this appears to be before 6 p.m. and the girls went missing at what, 3:15? So if Kelsey and Cody are calling the phone and they're not hearing it ring and it's going straight to voicemail, and they should have been able to hear the phone. I mean, they're really less than 50 yards away from the crime scene. We need to go back and look and see when the phone started going straight to voicemail.
That'll be in the data list that I produced.
Huh?
That'll be in the data lists.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have a specific time in mind?
Well, between after the end of the BG video and when Kelsey and Cody supposedly crossed the bridge and were calling Libby's phone, which I believe would be before 6 p.m.
Right.
Fact check as well. It was well more than 50 yards. It was like 180 yards or something to the crime
From
scene.
the south end of the bridge?
Yep.
Okay.
See, we fact check, even Amy. That's how you know.
Yeah, good. Fact check me all day long. And Aldec says, is it possible Libby didn't feel safe to go to Weber's house if they had got after her for trespassing in the past? I understand that viewpoint, but putting
Lesser of two
myself,
evils here.
first of all, Weber's house was not the only house out there. There were multiple houses out there. There were multiple places to go. And with Bridge Guy still being on the bridge, just remember, Libby is already off the bridge talking about where they're going to go next. Abby comes off the bridge, runs past Libby. You can hear it on the video. She goes well past Libby and turns around and comes back. That to me, like, you don't stand and wait for doom and gloom to hit you. If you felt like somebody was going to impede on your livelihood, these two girls seemed oblivious to the person that was behind them until he spoke. And even then, when he spoke, was that the first time that he spoke to them and they just obliged his directions? We're going to get into that because today we are going to break down a lot of things that, look, to destroy the state's case, we don't need a third-party suspect. Although there are plenty, we don't need a third-party suspect to destroy the state's case, period. But I'm going to keep playing, and
before you do that, Amy, do you want an answer to your question about Kelsey's phone calls?
Uh-huh.
The last one in the phone data registered was at 4:29, which was before Kelsey even got to the trails to search for her sister. There are none after that from her, and there are none from Cody at all.
So that's a timeline that we need to build, because what you're saying is that the last phone call that came from Kelsey's phone to Libby's phone was at 4:29.
4:29 and 39 seconds, yeah.
Okay.
None after that. And she wasn't even at the trails then.
So prior to 4:29, how many times did Kelsey's phone call Libby's phone?
Let's see. There was... First one was at 4:13. 4:13.
Okay, I'm going to write this down.
4:25.
Hold on. Kelsey calls Libby's phone at 4:13. And then again at what?
4:25.
Okay.
Then 4:29.
And that's it? Nothing else from Kelsey throughout the evening?
That's all there is on the data lists.
So
all the way up to, well, I'm looking at 8 p.m. on this sheet. There's nothing else there. And then absolutely none from Cody.
Okay.
Chester says, didn't we say law enforcement didn't review or obtain Kelsey's phone? Kelsey had a different phone. She says it's also an iPhone, but she also said that she lost her normal phone that day.
Well, on the phone data, it should register any calls that came in. That's why we know about these three.
Well, my problem is that we have Kyle posting the search was called off. Kelsey is commenting on his post. This is like 10 something at night that the search was called off, and they would be back out there early in the morning to do the search. And Kelsey responds, I'll be there too. So even after 8 p.m., all night long, through the midnight hours, Kelsey's phone does not attempt to call Liberty's phone. Quester?
Sorry, what were you saying? I was busy answering something in the chat.
Sorry. I was saying that we have, is it Kyle Smith? Who posted the screenshots of Libby, or not Libby, but Abby on the bridge at 207. And at 10 p.m. and some change, he posts that the search had been called off and they were going to resume in the morning. And Kelsey chimes in on that post, guys, I'm not going to say this without having the receipts. I have these screenshots. I didn't know the conversation was going to go here, but I do have these screenshots where Kyle Smith posts the picture of Abby saying they've not been heard from. The search has been called off. This is before 11 p.m. This is at 10 something in the evening. And he says they're going to resume the search in the morning. And Kelsey German comments on the post and says, I will be there in the morning to help. So from 8 p.m. on, then we have Kyle Smith's post at 10 and some change. Kelsey German doesn't attempt to call or text her sister throughout the night. Do we have any record in the phone data that Kelsey attempted to contact Libby throughout the night?
No.
While Quester looks into that, some people are asking, how is she communicating via social media during the time they were at the police station? She was not able to give her phone to law enforcement because she lost it. She says in the same interview that Amy is sharing that she had a different phone.
Okay, so here, let me just finish playing. And I have to give credit to AOE. Or EOA, how do you say it? I have hypothesis. I have to give credit. I have hypothesis for his last video talking about the shadows and linking the interview that Kelsey gave describing this night. I had this podcast downloaded. I had never listened to it, but it's killer. I'm going to keep playing. Listen close, please.
When we got back to the top of the bridge, my grandma, she was terrified of the bridge too. She was standing on the edge and she was waiting for us. She was hoping we were coming back to tell them that we'd found them. Unfortunately, we hadn't. So we went back, and my dad, Cody, and me all stayed there. My grandma and grandpa went to the police department. That was probably 5:30.
Who's Cody?
My uncle.
Your uncle. Got it.
We stayed there. Eventually, I ended up going back to work because I told them I would be there in a couple hours. Then I got a call that the police wanted to talk to me, so I had to leave work. I was covered in ice cream and all kinds of stuff, but I still left. We hadn't found them, and it was like 6 o'clock. So I went there to talk to the police about what I remembered of that day after I dropped them off, and if I had gotten any of the Snapchats that were on her story and any of that.
Did you?
I did not. She posted them directly to her story, so whether or not she sent them to someone is really hard telling.
But they were there.
But they were on her
And you
story.
were actually.
So she didn't get the Snapchat photos, but she knew they were there. Keep listening. This is the most important part of what we've been trying to convey to all of you about the phone data.
Able to look. Did you have that phone then?
Nope, I had a different phone.
So it was an iPhone though, and you were able to see it quickly.
Yeah. Yep.
Why would she have a different phone? From the time that she dropped the girls off until she was called in by the police, why would she have a different phone?
Yep. So I had my iPhone, and I showed the police the Snapchats that we had saw, which is it's the picture of Abby on the other end of the bridge and the picture of Libby leaning down. It's of.
Okay. What? What did she say that she saw?
I think she said there's a picture of Libby leaning down.
Is there?
Did not. She posted them directly to her story, so whether or not she sent them to someone is really hard telling.
But they were there.
But they were on her
And you
story.
were actually able to look. Did you have that phone then?
Nope, I had a different phone.
So it was an iPhone though, and you were able to see it quickly.
Yeah. Yep. So I had my iPhone, and I showed the police the Snapchats that we had saw, which is it's the picture of Abby on the other end of the bridge and the picture of Libby leaning down. It's of.
Okay, first of all, let me ask this. When you see the picture of Abby on the bridge, where do you get the impression that it was Abby on the bridge on the other side of the bridge? Because technically, Abby's not on the other side of the bridge. Abby is still in the middle prior to passing the threshold of the middle of the bridge. Then you've got a picture of Libby leaning down. Did we not show a screenshot of a girl from Libby's school who said, I saw a picture of Libby leaning down, and I showed it to law enforcement? Did we not show that picture? Hold on. Let me retrieve it, because we do have it.
Of what was said. I was under the impression that Derek, because I read the list of phone extractions from your GitHub All Eyes, and I only saw Derek Germans on there. So if there's another one, if there's another document that lists Becky's and Cody's, would love to know for sure, just so I can have all the correct information.
The phone data list that I produced, I've got them all on it. So I'll get that over to you if you mind me after the live.
Yay! Okay. Grizz Lee says, case by case, when are you going to bring up that BG most likely was not wearing a hat, as in the picture I sent you the other day? Well, Amy's... Yeah, do you want to answer that?
Well,
does it matter?
I'm going to have to look and see. It may have went to my spam because I don't have an email with that information. It may have went to my spam.
I'll be right back. My dog's pacing, and she needs to let out forever. No, I'm kidding.
Hold on. Where is the screenshot? Also, did Derek German have 2 phones with him, a company phone and a personal phone? We don't know. What we do know is there has to be multiple phones on the bridge. That's what we do know. If someone's taking photographs of Libby, who's taking photographs of Abby? Are we supposed to believe that there's one phone being passed back and forth? And Quester, were you able to pin down in the phone data?
I
think you know what I'm going to ask.
Yeah, go on. I know what you're going to ask.
Yeah, I'm going to ask. So hold on. Let me pull this up.
All right.
Let me take a. Oh, these are all the people that we don't need on the screen. These are all the people that we don't need to prove Rick Allen is innocent.
Because we don't need a third party. We don't need to prove who did it. We just got to prove.
Right. We don't like all of these people that we can point the fingers to are irrelevant. We can prove based on the state's case alone and what's public through social media and through testimony and through filings. We don't need any of these people to prove Rick Allen is innocent. Goodbye. I'm going to pull up now the phone info. Still telling me I can't. Oh, that's why. I need to remember.
While Amy's doing that, here's a chat question. Indiana litigation examiner asked, when did Cody Petty go to jail? I know there's old data from like July of the previous year maybe, and the phone is reset right when he's coming out of jail. Does the old data line up when he goes in? I know that he shouldn't have technically been out at that point.
Cody came out about a week before his earliest release date. Which is theoretically impossible, but obviously someone pulled a string for him.
I'm looking at my case to see when it was released, if it's there.
Okay, so Quester, I have the phone data, the key points of the phone data uploaded. And hold on.
Right.
I'm going back through the chat.
Right. Would you like me to give a little speech?
Sure.
Dude, I gotta go grab Tony.
Right. Okay, then. We're talking about this leaning down photograph. Let's start from assuming Kelsey was telling the truth. I see no reason not to assume that, because she was in a police station. She said it several times. So let's work from that first. So she saw this photo of Libby leaning down on the bridge. The first thing is, as is of Libby, obviously, Libby could not have taken it unless it was a selfie, a close-up. Second thing is, it would also have had to have been taken while she was on the bridge, obviously. Now, that second part narrows it down beautifully. The state reckon that they got onto the bridge about 5 minutes past 2 and got off about 12 minutes past 2. So this leaning down photo must be between those two times. Now, this phone data indicates that the camera app on the phone was only in use once in that period. And that was at 5 minutes and 8 seconds past 2. You'll probably recognise that time as the time that the state assigned to the monochrome picture of the bridge.
The empty bridge photo. That's
the one.
That
so
appeared,
if that had been a true picture,
that appeared.
Then
that bridge picture, there is multiple reasons to question that picture.
Correct.
Yes.
If it is a genuine picture, then obviously that leaning down one couldn't have been at this time.
Correct.
So by the state's story, there is absolutely nowhere in that period where the photograph of a lean down could have been taken. That said, we know that that photograph is not a genuine photograph taken at that time. It was, which then opens it up to cameras open, a photograph was taken. Now, the other thing is, if we're saying that that was the time that this leaning down one was taken and was posted to Snapchat, it stands to reason that at that time, Snapchat would have had to have been open on the phone. But it wasn't. Therefore, even if a photo was taken then, it could not have been posted at that time. So all round, the 5 minutes past 2 is being shut down. It could not be there. Okay. Now, one thing that Kelsey did say is that she reckoned it was put into story. Well, okay, so that means it's not one of the transient ones. And as there's no receipt and notification of anyone snapping the picture, we have to assume that nobody snapped the picture. Well, that in itself is odd, because if I was a law enforcement officer searching for two girls and somebody put up a picture in front of me and said, look, here they are, what's the first thing I would do? I'd snap that phone and I'd snap the picture. But it would appear nobody did. Or it's a lie. So we still haven't found anything to support this picture. But the thing is, at 2:05, we know a photograph was taken. It was not put onto Snapchat. Where did it go? We also know that that photograph that the state put up and said, this photo of the bridge is the one that was taken, was not taken by the camera. It came from media pictures. It could have been an old photo that Libby taken, but it was not a photo that she took at that time. So it's already a mess. The next thing is, we now know that it was not taken at 2:05. That means we're now down to, we've got between 2:05 and 2:12. We're now down to, what's that, 7 minutes in which that photo could have been taken, theoretically. During that time,
hold on one second. That brings me to go back into one of our vault sessions where we talk about where Abby was on the bridge, her height, her stride. So she's 5'4", 64 inches, heel to toe, which would be 2.2 feet on a flat grid. Stride will be constrained on the railroad ties and spacing. On the Monon High Bridge, you're likely to take a 1.6 foot per step. When you do the math, it comes out that even if Abby was walking cautiously on the bridge, from the time the 207 photo was taken, it would have taken her 3 minutes and 12 seconds to reach the south end of the bridge. If she was walking briskly, it would have only taken her 2 minutes and 9 seconds. Yet, the total time from the Abby Williams pick at 207 until the video started is 6 minutes and 38 seconds. Why? Sorry. Keep going. I just wanted to throw that in. The fact that the timing of these photographs and the timing of when the bridge video starts, there's shit in between.
I also found it. Well, I don't know if this goes into your calculation, Quester, but I think she's about 27 to, or bridge guy's about 27 to 30 feet from the south end of the bridge in the video. I'd have to check exactly where Abby is, but obviously it's less. But but they're both about going at the same pace, which is interesting.
Well, there is another thing that has to be taken into account here. Another thing which says it will be impossible for the 205 photograph to have been of Libby lying down, leaning down, whatever you want to call it, on the bridge. And that is geolocation. At 205, the phone was way up the trail still, nowhere near the bridge. It is impossible for that phone to have taken any picture on the bridge at 205. It was about 3 minutes away walking from the bridge at that time. Now, if it was 205, it was about 3 minutes away. That means they couldn't have got there until 208, which pushes the possibilities of this photograph that Kelsey saw to between 208 and 212. We're down to a 4 minute window. The 4 minute window during which that photograph of Abby was supposedly taken. I say supposedly because, again, it was not. We've gone through that in the previous ones. But also bear in mind that if that had been a genuine one, to have been able to take that picture would have put Libby almost at the end of the bridge. So all round, there is nowhere really that we could have this picture unless it was shoehorned in somewhere along the line. Now, the data does not allow for that. So we come around in a full circle and we end up with a straight choice. A, Kelsey lied and nobody picked up on her over and over again, not even the police who she lied to. Or B, we have data missing from the extracted data. Incredibly important data. Up to you which one you want to choose. Do you have a preference, Amy?
Oh. What are we doing? I'm back.
I mean, it is what it is. I mean, they can argue until they're blue in the face about we're wrong or we're making up this shit. But this is the phone data. This is the GPS data the phone showed based on the actions of Libby using the phone. We can't change what we've been shown. We're not making up the GPS coordinates. We're not making up the storyline of where the girls were and what happened. And no, I don't agree with the state's case at all. And I think that they don't want to address any of these questions that we're raising. And the questions that we're raising is based on everything that we've been provided by them and everything that's been released in the discovery and testimony. You can't argue it. It's here. Did that answer your question, or was I way off? Because I'm sorry,
No,
I was going through a bunch of maps trying to pull up things that are pertinent.
So, question, do you want to address this? All Eyes said she reached out to Eldridge, said that standard volatile files were the only lost data. Everything else that should be there was. Because from my understanding, the inconsistencies are kind of surrounding the 205 picture. I mean, I was gone for the last 5 minutes.
Well, there's a lot of inconsistencies, not just the 205, but
that one
in answer to, I would say.
Here's the problem that I have with the information that Eldridge is speaking on. And I'm not saying that Eldridge doesn't know what she's talking about. I'm talking about what Eldridge was provided. Eldridge did not have access to the phone. She did not do a physical extraction of any component of the phone. She's giving a statement based on the information in the phone data that was provided to her.
Correct.
If anybody,
what is she comparing the hash values to?
Huh?
What is she comparing the hash values to? I guess that's the other thing.
That's my point. She's taking the phone data that's been handed to her by the state and is being asked to draw a conclusion. Well, if there are pieces of that phone data that are missing, and clearly there is shit missing. Where are all of Abby's and Libby's text messages? If they're sharing the phone, we know based on Detective Vito's interrogation of Keegan Kline that there was communication between Keegan Kline and Libby. Where are those communications leading up to the morning of the murders? Where's that communication? We don't have that. That's not depicted in any of the phone data that's been made public. Where are all of the other text messages from Max Snowberger, who claims Libby was texting them, there, and those people to join them on the trail that day? Where are those text messages? We have no communication on Libby's phone other than a text message between Libby and a guy named Tyler.
I'd argue that that some of the communications were done in third-party apps like Snapchat.
That's fine,
but I don't think that Eldridge. I don't think these things are mutually exclusive, though. I think Eldridge can be right, and so can we.
I'm not saying
what's being said here.
I'm not saying that Eldridge is wrong. What I'm saying is that she's right based on the limited information she was provided. And I don't give a shit about things being in a third-party app. The whole point of a phone extraction includes
you can't retrieve
third-party apps. So no,
not necessarily.
Well, yeah, it is necessarily when you have Detective Vito and them
just says you're in the app.
Sitting Keegan Klein down, showing him the communication through this third-party app where he is setting up a meeting with him and Libby. We've got Kelsey messaging Keegan Klein about meeting his sister. We have friends of Libby on this third-party app saying, oh my God, did you hear what happened? And Keegan's response was, yeah, I was supposed to meet her, but she never showed up. So why do we have all of this information on these third-party apps, but yet in the actual murder investigation, with all of these different phone extractions, why do we not have any of those details in any of it? Are we supposed to believe that Libby did not message? Are we supposed to believe that Libby never messaged or text messaged or used a third-party app?
Let's just clarify the issue about Eldridge. She was not provided access to the phone. She had to take what she was given. Now, that's not a reflection on her. That was just a situation she was put in. Now, the information she was given, she had no way of confirming whether it was complete or not.
And
the next thing,
she is an expert, expecting to be dealing with honest fucking people.
Right.
And the people that she's being given the information from are liars. Nick McClelland is a liar. The state, Carroll County, ISP, all of them involved are liars.
Well, getting back to about this phone data, All Eyes is saying in the chat that Eldridge didn't need to see it. Well, I'm sorry, but I'm going to take issue with that. She did. If you do not see the evidence, you do not know it is true or full. Full stop. She did need to see it. She cannot turn around and say, this piece of paper that I've been given and I'm not allowed to check is complete and true. That's a ridiculous thing to ask of her. It's also ridiculous to then turn around and say she didn't need to see it. I mean, pardon? She did not need to see whether the evidence is genuine. That's a very strange position to take.
Well, again,
it's not a matter of her being spoon-fed. It's a matter of she was not given the tools to work with. She cannot turn around and say that it is complete, because that is only it's an opinion based on nothing. It's like looking into an empty bucket and being asked, is there anything missing? You can't answer it.
That's a good way of saying it.
No, she and Eldridge was looking at the phone data that she was given, believing that this is the actual data.
Yeah. You cannot say for certain that she was given a full and complete extraction. She may have been, she may not have been, but you cannot say she did, and she cannot, because there was no way for her to verify it.
Okay, let's jump.
There's only one way to verify it, and that is to see the full extraction verified from an independent party or be given the phone. That's it. Only two ways you can do it. Receiving information from the state does not verify diddly. It's as simple as that.
Here's the thing. If the state and all of their cohorts, Steve Mullen, Liggett, Lesenby, all of these people are so fucking on the up and up, why are we questioning anything that they're putting forth in this case? Why are we questioning it? If they're so straightforward and on the up and up and there's nothing to argue, nothing to hide. Why? Let's talk about this.
Well, I think some people are having a problem understanding what evidence means. Evidence does not mean, well, somebody told me it was true.
Let's take a look at this photograph right here. And I'm sorry to drop this bomb. And I know it's not been put forth anywhere else, but this photograph dropped in on Libby's phone data at 1:45 and 07 seconds through Instagram. That's not in the phone data. This to me is an invitation to come meet me. I've got something just for you. And we never saw this in the state's case. The defense never presented it, but yet it's there.
I don't know if that's how I'd interpret what that is. It could be literally anything, but
to answer questions in the chat.
At 1:45:07 at 1:45:07 in the car, this is a photograph that was embedded in Libby's phone data on her way to the trail. You're right. It doesn't mean shit.
To clarify, the reason that Eldridge was not able to verify was because apparently there was not enough money in the pot for her to do so, and she wasn't given the phone. It's not a reflection on her. None of this is a reflection on her. She was put in a situation and worked with it. That situation, however, was incredibly unfair.
I just want to say I really appreciate All Eyes engaging with us.
Definitely.
I think we all do. I don't want it to be taken that like we're trying to push each other. I think that this makes all of our cases stronger because we're able to kind of.
Oh, certainly. All Eyes is raising questions, which we are answering. And that's the way you get forward. So I've got no problem with her.
I think that they were geocaching.
Sorry?
Chester asked, can we prove that they were geocaching? Can we find another image like that online? Well, I don't know about that for sure if that's about geocaching, but I think that they were geocaching because of the route they took. And because of where Kelsey has herself, in her own words, described where one of the geocaches were. Yeah, no, but I really do appreciate All Eyes, and we should probably, if Amy ever figures out how to get a little more time in the day, expanded 26 hours, I would love to have her on here to pick her mind a bit.
No,
so you got to remember that
All Eyes is always welcome on here. That's not a question. She knows. She's been on here before. All Eyes is always welcome. My issue, it's not with All Eyes.
Love you, All Eyes.
I mean, she's entitled to her position. However, I just see things differently. And when people want to argue in support of the state's case in the major aspects of the areas that there are holes, then I don't know where someone's position is that Rick Allen is innocent. The state lied. The state presented false narratives. The state presented false stories and presented witnesses that only were allowed to testify in the state's case with half truths. If the defense knew the case, and in certain aspects they did, prime example, Betsy Blair was required to return to the courtroom and testify on behalf of the defense about the vehicle that she seen or didn't see at the CPS lot. There comes a point in time where it's a domino effect with the state. You rely on the state, you rely on the prosecution to uphold sending someone to prison for the rest of their life. You're seeking justice for 2 little girls in Carroll County that were brutally murdered. And from where I stand, I can't trust a goddamn thing they tell me. As much as I want to, I can't. Every single crossroad, every single narrative, every single timeline that they presented in this case doesn't add up. There's no factual proof to back it up. And when you're defending something that they've done, that the end game means you're supporting liars, I have a hard time with that. The phone data is the phone data. If we can believe that we have the entire extractions, not just 1, not just 2, not just 3, but numerous phone extractions that don't line up. There is information in one phone extraction that doesn't exist in the other. There is phone data that is available from prior to the phone being reset. There are on and off and different types of metadata in the phone that exists in one extraction, but not another. The shit doesn't make sense.
I agree with that, but I think that just All Eyes is focusing on what's in there, because it's like I've been talking about how you got to crawl before you walk, that kind of thing. Like we gotta undo the damage with Rick and with convicting Rick, and in order to even get to the point of suggesting there's a whole new narrative is I think no one is suggesting there's a whole new narrative. What I'm saying,
I'm
saying like new timeline or like other stuff.
There's no new timeline. This phone data is what participated in convicting a man for 130 years. Either you believe in the phone data or you agree that there's shit that doesn't add up. It's one or the other. It's one or the other. The phone data does not make sense. Where are all the missing photos?
Yeah, I think that I don't know about the data, but I think maybe we should move on to what I've been doing this week, because I think that doesn't lie. I think that Mother Nature cannot lie.
Well, there are several people out there who believe that it can.
Well, let's find out. Should I share my screen now, and should we start with this, or you want to finish up what you're doing?
I mean, if you want,
I wasn't sure if it was a good transition.
That's fine.
No, I was yelling at my dog like half the time.
I'm just adamant that the phone data is what it is, and you either put faith in it or you can't. And if you can't, then that means every single door to every rabbit hole is opened.
And I do think that All Eyes has a good point, because I think not recovered does not equal missing. I think that I think maybe a lot of the issues perhaps lie with the program itself that they're using to extract, because I mean, we saw in the Karen Reed case how much that can be, but like how a single update can fucking change everything.
But based on this, All Eyes says if the phone data is corrupt, it's useless to RA. Well, I want to know what part of the phone data that we have is beneficial to RA. What part of the phone data benefits RA? None of it. We know damn well that law enforcement has phone data for RA's phone. But there's nothing in the phone data right now that we can explore that benefits RA.
Oh, here, I shared my screen. If you want, if we should start with just because this is going to go beyond the phone stuff, and this is big to me.
Okay,
because
but where? Okay, wait a minute. But All Eyes, where is that phone data? Because it wasn't presented in the trial. We have yet to hear any of it. The state claims that his phone was, we've heard from guilt ragers that RA's phone was mysteriously lost. Where is the phone activity when he was at home that benefits him? Where is it? We don't have it.
And we've got to stop turning this the wrong way round. Say the phone data is totally corrupt. That is not something that will not help RA. It is something that should not help prosecution. It is for the prosecution to provide good evidence. Full stop. And if it's not good evidence, that's a problem for the prosecution. It is not a problem for RA.
Where is the phone? Where is Rick Allen's phone data that was published to the jury?
Was it?
Not aware of it.
No. My position is the phone data is not reliable.
Exactly.
Whether that be because it's been manipulated or it's not complete, whatever you want to call it, it is not reliable because it is. And that helps RA in that it should not therefore be used as evidence. It should not have been. And we went through how many different vaults showing what was wrong with it. So if anyone wants to see what's wrong with it, just go back over the earlier vaults, loads of it.
The phone data, in my opinion, this is my opinion only. I don't speak for Fungi. I don't speak for Quester, but the phone data that we have is missing real information. And it starts when the phone was unplugged from Kelsey's car. Actually, prior to that, we're missing all of the communication, text messages. I don't give a shit about third-party apps. The amount of phone extractions that were done on this phone, we should have actual messaging threads between Libby and whoever she was communicating with. We have actual people, physical people saying they communicated with Libby the night before, and we have none of those messages. We have Detective Vito questioning Keegan Kline with factual documentation that Keegan Kline admits to, where he communicated with Libby about meeting them that day. Where are those messages? Where are the messages? Third-party app, my ass. All of these different types of extractions should be able to reveal these communications, and we have none of them. I will not lay down and shut up simply because the state says, well, we couldn't find it. We don't have it. Well, the state needs to cough up 70 days worth of interrogation videos, reports, and valid people, including the people that I'm going to raise today, who were interviewed and should have been recorded being interviewed, that don't exist. Eldridge does not have the information that we would hope that she has. She has made that clear. She only got to see a small portion of the phone extraction that she was allotted because the defense claimed they didn't have the money to pay her to look at anything else. And I hate coming across bitchy, but when you spend this much time, like, and I take nothing away from All Eyes. All Eyes has got hundreds of hours on me researching this case. The difference is she's compiling documents. I'm trying to be an armchair sleuth and put the missing pieces together. And what I'm seeing is that if you believe anything in this case that the state has to say, you might as well pack up your suitcase and walk the fuck away. Because nothing in this case the state has to say is truthful. And we have a man. We have a man.
Right twice a day, Amy.
Yeah. Well, we have a man sitting in prison, rotting away, who is innocent. And we have two little girls who were slaughtered.
No, I agree.
In Delphi. And you're going to put your trust in the state, who says there's no nexus anywhere except for Rick Allen.
Let's like have a powwow with All Eyes sometime. I don't know, either via email or something, and we can talk about this. I think that some of the stuff that we're gonna share today is going to kind of solve the issue of, if the phone data is no good, then we have no timeline.
Okay.
Well, as I've said a couple of times in the chat,
yeah, if you want to.
All Eyes is adamant, which is fair enough. She's got a position and she sticks by it. Good. But until she goes back and has a look at all the vaults in which we showed these problems, we're going to go around in circles. There are so many. So we need a couple more vaults to go over them again. Therefore, it's much better if people watch those previous vaults, and then if they see anything where they disagree, bring those to the table.
Yeah, maybe we should talk about an email then.
Yeah, that would be far too much an email.
Now, if that's okay. Just because I really do want to address, while we're on the topic of the timeline, I'm really excited about this, and I also want to I really want to snowblow today. I'll be honest. I kind of want to do this. Just run out. Amy, could you share my screen? Thank you. So anyways, I made the Moon High Bridge in 3D. That's this part, but fun.
Renmeister, because it's Renmeister. I'm answering a question in the chat. Renmeister, because it was in the phone data.
I think that normally we would probably bring All Eyes in, but we kind of really want to get this done today. Like,
yeah,
touch on a few things, and Yeah. So like, no, I have to wait
it's
for
important to get into what you've done.
This is like
I'm free.
Really
I'm free until 5 o'clock, so I can bring on whoever and we can talk about whatever. So
yeah. Yeah, I just want to do mine so I can, because my driveway is impassable right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So let's go first. So what I took a look at this week was the Hoosier Harvest Store. So let me see this. Stills. And so what I did, so we got the video. Let me first just start with if this is gonna open, because we can't have my, oh, there we go. Okay. I made a couple quick videos just showing each of the stills, and what I did is I stabilized them together. And this is important. This is important because we're going to focus in on whenever this video wants to open up. That's what we're going to focus in on. Thanks. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you for not. What are we even doing here? Sorry, I'm trying to. Oh, there we go. All right. So you'll notice this is the cars. These are the cars. And these guys, they stay here almost all day. With the exception of like just the Sarah Carbaugh picture. So I want you guys to notice I pointed out where these shadows. Jessica, I just want to acknowledge, thank you very much for the super chat for us. Working a residential women facility partnered with drug court. Even if the woman used third-party app for bad behavior, our system can find it, no exceptions. Very interesting. Okay, so back to this. I zoomed in on this and I made sure I stabilized them, and then I identified some very some very distinct places on the cars. This one ended up not being super great just because it gets worse, but this one where it kind of goes up a little bit, you can see it reflected in each of the shadows. And the peak of the car where it's like another little bump right here. So I labeled this, and that's why I have these little dots here. These are important because that's how we're going to be measuring the angle of the shadows here. And so here we go. First, or here, let me. It's not a Land Rover, FYI. I don't think it's a Subaru. I mean, I saw some people on Twitter saying it might have been a Subaru, but I still think it's whatever the heck I said last time. I'm sorry, I'm having a bad moment right now, but I'm just gonna keep going on to this and then we'll talk about that. So I just want everyone to see once more the video of these shadows. All right, so just watch the difference in the shadows. This is without the dots. I just want you guys to just see as we go. I don't have any of these labeled. This is in order. All these frames are in order. So. Okay. We went over what the Rick Allen car might be in the previous one. So, all right, I just wanted to show that. So what I did is I used those stills, and let's start with 1202. Here's what I did here. So first we're going to go, let me just remove this. So the state claims that this image here, and I'll make it, what I did is I overlaid why am I pointing again? Gosh darn it. I overlaid the road in the background with the road in the Google Maps. So here, actually, let me do that. And so what that does is I think that's a better marker because it goes from the horizon, and basically it just allows us to kind of align it based on the angle of things. And so I did that. And then what I did was they say it's at 12:02. I know this is 12:09, my bad. It's at 12:02:59. if it's at 12:02:59, the shadow should, if it's, yeah, there you go. The shadow should be like this. However, I used our orange point and our teal point, which is the one back here, and then the one right here, to show it's not necessarily correct because, well, no, actually, this one's actually pretty close. To show that this one's close. The other ones aren't necessarily correct. I'm sorry, I kind of misspoke there. But so I just want you to see this is where I drew them. And so over here, I don't know if you guys can see this, but yeah, I can't zoom in that. This over here, it says this is the angle, and then this is the time I used on the this is the time I used on my Stellarium program, which I quite literally put in the GPS point of where the harvest store camera near where these are parked, and then I also added the altitude, so I made sure everything was super precise. And so what we can say is that, yes, this was probably taken from 12:02 to 12:10, because that's what these 2 points that I made with the shadow here, they corroborate that. They say they're at 160. The heading of the angle of the sun is at 165 and 162. Whereas, and if we want to go with the state's case, it must be at 162.5. So that lines up. This is great. This is great. This is great. So I agree with that. But if we go to some of the next ones, we will find, so if it's if it's 115.46, it must be the states, the shadows must be at this angle, 184.3. I calculated orange at 177 and teal at 176. So that would be 1250. You can see where the little cursor is over there. 1250 and 1251, which those are pretty close together. So I'm liking those ones, but I wanted you guys to see what the shadow should be like with this yellow one. And these are my calculations. So I'm doing this for each of the phone data. But what this says is that there's about a 20-minute difference between this and when Betsy Blair went by, or between what the state says and when Betsy Blair went by, according to Mother Nature. So let's continue down the line. We'll continue with Betsy Blair, and then we'll do Richard Allen's, I think. Once again, this one's, yep, I've taken into account, Good Jer asked if I've taken into account that the shadow on any given day in February will only match every 4 years. Yes, because I put in the precise time and location and everything onto this program. This program's very comprehensive. It's, I don't think I can move it over to my other screen right now, but I used it last week. You'll see that it has like a time as a date, time, altitude, GPS. So everything's super precise. I have it 2017, February 13th is when I took these, when I programmed these measurements to be in. So this one's off. What do you know? Kind of, again, because if it's supposed to be 218, as the state says, this yellow line is the direction the shadow should be. However, you can see from here, and what I'm gonna do. Thank you, Tony. Sorry, my dog wants to say hi. You can see here where I've put my points and I've drawn them up like this. And the important part about the video I showed you guys in the beginning, where I drew up the points, is that I stabilized it, and I made sure all the frames were equal, so that, or like, in the same place, so that I could get the most accurate depiction possible. Because I didn't want, one to be kind of wonky and then the other one to be misaligned. I wanted to make sure everything was consistent. So here's our state time right here. It should be at, if it's 218, it should be at the shadow should be 202.5. That's the angle. However, mine was 192.85 and 195. So that's the orange, 195, and teal is 192.85. Those times when I put them into my program, in order to get to that angle for the sun shadows to be at, it would be 144 to 151, which is approximately 30 minutes off. So let's go to Betsy Blair at 146. I did do these a little bit. Sorry, I did these out of order on the presentation part, but I promise the video is the same. So here we go again. Betsy Blair, 140. If it's 146, this is right before Kelsey German would have passed as well, because she passes at 148 according to the state. Then this, according to the state, if it's 146, then the shadow should be at 193.3, and that's this. However, I calculated 186 and 185.76, which is just about the same. So 121 to 120 is when I calculated these, which would once again be about 25 minutes. So we're consistently calculating about 20 to 30 minutes off the state's time, which I think is a kind of a big deal, and I'll tell you why in a minute. So next we will do Richard. I'm not looking at the chat right now, FYI, if anyone does have questions. We'll do Richard Allen's, because I know this is one you probably, or no, we'll do Kelsey German's next, because we just did the other one. This one, look at how weird the coloring is compared to Betsy's. Like, this is weird, right? I did this one hastily before, so it doesn't have the little markers on it. But if it is 148, as the state claims, it should be at 194. And so I just want to compare that. See, that's Betsy's. This is Kelsey's. But I found that the angles were at 182. That's the teal. And 186, which goes with 108 and 121. Now, I did this one freehand, so I without doing those dots. So this one has a little bit more variation to it, just because this one I kind of did like right before the stream, because I couldn't find the picture. However, if we go with it, we're still getting in that window of 20 to 30 minutes. So now, Richard Allen's car. You probably wanted to see this one, right? So I took this frame from right smack dab in the middle of all the, because his is from I believe his vehicle is shown at 127.34 to 127.43, I believe. So that's like, 10 frames and so I took it from I split the difference, took it from the 127.40 frame. So that's what this frame is. Now, this is where it should be. Should be at 188.6. But our shadows say it's at 180 or 177, which would be 1254 or 102. So I'm not saying that these are precise. I'm saying that these offer a range of when it truly should be, when the timestamps actually should be there, like what they should reflect. Now, the reason I'm making such a big hullabaloo about this is because if you've been paying attention to Quester's data and how he's in how the Fitbit data conflicts with the state's Who's Your Harvest Store timestamps on the camera, it conflicts in the exact same way as this. It was about 20 minutes or so off. And what that means is that we have two independent data points that are, and the thing is, when I sent this to Quester last night, I just sent him the data, and he was the one who said, because I wasn't trying to fit a square peg into, a square hole. I was literally just sending him the data, and he sent, and this morning I read, he's like, that's the same interval of time. And I'm like, it is. Oh my God. So it's very close. And what that tells me is that this data, we would have two different data points from two different kind of sources, the Fitbit data that Quester's using And this shadow data, this is Mother Nature here. You cannot change the shadows. Like, yes, maybe you can in Photoshop, but like you can't. This is indisputable in my opinion. Like maybe I could be off by a couple degrees, but it's not gonna make up the difference that the state wants it to. And I mean, you could do this yourself. I use a program called Stellarium. But the fact that we have two different data points corroborating the same times in proving in contradicting the state in the same exact way is huge, because that is like, I mean, if you ever heard of like journalists needing two sources to bring a story to light, that's the equivalent of this. We have two, it's independent of phone data, it's the Fitbit data, and it's the shadows. So that's why I think the fact that we have two different things instead of just one source for something, it is a game changer. It tells me that we can say that these times, these ranges are likely to be very, very, very solid. Like I believe beyond, like, I think that we can trust this more than anything because it's two sources. Quester, would you like to add anything?
Well, totally agree with you. The Fitbit data, especially Betsy Blair's, is out by varying amounts. Those amounts vary roughly the same way your figures vary, and are very, very close, if not exactly, the amounts that you found.
And like I said, I did not try to match his data. I tried to match it to the state first, and then I gave him what the thing said. I didn't even have his stuff lying next to me. So it just connected. It fit perfectly into place like a puzzle piece. And that is not a coincidence. When that happens, that is huge. Like that's
so to be clear, because I think some people in chat are confused. So all of this shifts the timeline to be 30 minutes earlier than what the state claimed.
20 to 30 minutes earlier.
Yeah,
is that right?
It definitely shifts Betsy Blair's time 20 to 30 minutes back.
And I'll make a spreadsheet of this to give you guys the ranges and just post it in the Facebook group. Just because I didn't have necessarily time to do that when I woke up this morning. But just the ranges of what it should be versus my two calculations. And what I believe the times that the actual times are in between the two calculations I did. Like it's somewhere, that's a range.
And that makes total. So, I mean, I understand about the solar part of it, the sun and the shadows, but the beginning portion, this is where me personally, and this is the great thing about having three different minds on the same channel, which I love. The first part of this state's narrative on behalf of Betsy Blair, I believe is correct. It's the departure from the trails, the going to the library, and the return, where things with Betsy Blair becomes very, very muddy. I believe that Betsy Blair arrived around the time that the state claimed that she arrived, which was what, 12:02. Now that has no effect on the Rayleigh Voorhees testimony or anybody else that was on the trails.
Well,
am I right? Or
no?
Did you guys on the app that you're using, did you calculate that portion of Betsy Blair's timeline, or did you only do it for the latter half?
Which part? Like because I did all the stills that Betsy Blair was in. If it's on the Hoosier Harvestor, I got them on there. So I got 218. I got the 146 as well, which are the two that she does supposedly after Rick Allen. If that's what you're asking.
No, I thought that she arrived. I thought her initial position on the Hoosier Harvestor camera was 12:02 when she arrived.
Yeah, that's in the morning. That was early in the morning, and that one I believe is completely correct. I believe that one.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, no, I was reading
that. So she would have had, and she had plenty of time to do her 2 proposed loops. And then she left to go to the library. It's when she leaves to go to the library where things start to go awry, which is exactly in line with that. Which is exactly in line.
Huh? The ones that don't matter are correct. The ones that do matter are out 20 minutes. That's in a nutshell.
Yeah, TLDR, it's what Quester's been saying the entire time with the Fitbit data. But I just corroborated it using the sun, and I didn't even have those next to me because honestly, I can't remember them. But the fact that they matched, amazing. Like this is the biggest thing. This is why I say this is the biggest one I've done. This is the biggest vault I've done. This is the most. I just think this is big.
No, you've done a fantastic job, and I just want to clarify for everybody. I just want to clarify for everybody in the chat and for the people that I know are watching who aren't communicating in the chat. People that matter in this case, who have the ability to make big moves, who some are behind the shadow work, some who are not. I'm going to say this. We are dealing with a case where a state cannot be trusted, regardless to what your position is. If you were here believing that Rick Allen is wrongfully convicted, then you have to believe that the state has put forth a false narrative, one way, shape, or form. We've been given photographs. We have not been provided video. We've been provided timestamps of a video. And when those things have to be questioned, the only alternative that we have is to examine the photographs that we've been provided. And
the fact that they align with everything else, insane. Huh? It's the fact that they align with all the other stuff, amazing to me. Like that's just it. That doesn't happen by coincidence.
Well, the thing is that some people, and I'm just going to be honest. Some people think that this is like a rabbit hole conspiracy theory. You're looking at shadows. You're trying to, make or break a photograph based on this. Well, if you don't trust the timestamp that's put on the photograph, you then have to resort to what you're looking at. And if we can take shadows and we can take the actual sun itself to prove whether or not the photograph is legitimately accurate on the timestamps that it was given, that's what we're doing. Why not?
And I want to say two things. The first is it might not be perfect. I'm not the expert, but what this is my aim is I want to just save whenever they go to a new trial, because it's going to happen. I want to save whatever intern looks this up a little bit of time to come up with some information. Yes, I'm going to put those down in the Facebook group. I have Apophis. I'm not saying I want this to be in the freaking next year. I'm not an expert. But there's going to be someone that they're going to pay $5,000 to do this for a couple hours. What took me 2 days, and that they're going to. And they're going to be able to testify to it at court. But if I can just lay a blueprint, a foundation, it would be amazing. Because it helps save time, and that's what we're fighting against right here.
Well, what is even more amazing?
I didn't want to even do the shadow thing. I really, really didn't want to, but Quester kept harping on about it, and I'm like, oh, dang it, he does have a point. Sorry.
But what is perhaps more incredible is the knock-on. We have established that the Betsy Blair times are 20 minutes out. She was there 20 minutes before the state say. Now think about that. Think about what she says she saw and when. The man with the puffy hair. The state say she saw him at 1:53. Take 20 minutes off that. She saw him at 1:33. The state say that Betsy Blair went past Abby and Libby on her way back from seeing this man with the puffy hair. So that would have been about 1:37, roughly. Where were Abby and Libby at 1:37? I'll tell you. In the car, on their way to the trail.
Yeah.
They were
so
in the
suddenly,
car. And then
suddenly she didn't see them.
And then let's throw in Rayleigh Voorhees' testimony that she saw BG at 2:15 towards the entrance of the trail out there by the Freedom Bridge. Well, if she saw BG out there at 2:15, who's on the south end of the bridge ordering the girls down the hill?
But even that comes into question because we now know that by using the shadow data, we've shown that Rayleigh, Bree, all that lot, there are questions on their times as well. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
And their times have to be moved.
Yeah, no, I did those too. Remember, you want me to go over those now too? Or the other photos that I did?
Have we time, Amy?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
I'm cool doing that. I'm not sure how to answer. How are we moving Betsy
we're
Blair,
moving those that we've got photographs of. Is a simple answer.
Yeah. Sorry, my brain's kind of fried.
If we don't have a photograph, we can't judge the shadows.
And we can't rely on Shelby Hicks and Daniel Pearson's timeline when we have nothing concrete to validate where they were and when.
Yeah, their times could be correct, but we can't check them because we've got no photographs to check against.
Well, the only information that we have is Shelby Hicks's testimony, which you can read it as it is and say that, okay, she's telling the truth. But then at the very end of it, she accidentally tells on herself by saying that Daniel Pearson brought her back to the trails and dropped her off at her car. Which means,
you can drive a bus through her testimony.
Yeah, there's a problem there. Don't get me started on Shelby Duncan and Cheyenne and who else was there. If we have, there's a lot to question. But
no, all eyes, all but one photograph of BB is off. There's only the one 12 o'clock that is correct.
I'll make a quick, before I go out to Snowball, I'll make a really quick spreadsheet and post it. But I wanted to go to the next stuff, which we are trying to determine the locations of these benches. I talked with April a bunch. And I believe this is one of them. This is from 2017, 4/2017. So that's, I just want to note that they've changed since. Okay. Our next one is going to be, sorry, that's not the fruit.
It
next
should be closest to yours.
No, but there's two that are over there. There's one here. This is the one the girls took the pictures at, 100%. Then there's, I believe this is the last one.
Okay, yeah, that one is completely out of the question. Yeah, that one's on the south side of the trails. That one's completely out of the question.
I didn't have this one correct. Yeah, but no, sorry, I didn't label this, so we're just going to take that off. But this is where Richard Allen sat when he was resting. I just want everyone to know that. So that's
well,
where,
no, he claimed, yeah.
I'm sorry, he sat over on this one. I'm sorry, this one right here. I'm sorry, like right here. Let's put that right there. It's not precise, but it's perfect. There we go. There we go. All right, so
this bench right here would be the one where the photograph was taken, where if you take your little,
I have that.
You take your little mouse diagonal up over here, you're going to see the green roof of the Mears barn.
I got a couple of pictures here if you want to. Here's the other one. All right, so we're going to start with this one. This is really Voorhees' pick. Well, we determined that this was flipped because there's no other way for these shadows to be and for the elevation to rise behind them, because it goes down right away. Here, let me come on, computer. Why are we doing this to me? We're gonna go make it 3D. See, look, it's 3D. There you go. I just want you guys to see that. So it's not possible for this hill to be anywhere else. And this bench is newer. I've confirmed with my friend April, who is hilarious, by the way, that one of the benches was newer, and it was this one. And that's why I believe that this was taken right here. Because if we see this other bench over here, well, this is also facing this direction, and we can also see that it kind of goes. Well, if technology wants to work my way today, we can also see it kind of goes down. So what we're going to do is we have to flip this in order to get the angle, and my friend Quester here has very aptly made these shadows right here, and we kind of work together with this because so the state claims that this picture was taken at 1:26, and this is how the shadow should be. It's, I don't know if you can see that. See this green one? It's different. Here, we're going to turn off the terrain because then it'll give us a flatter thing. It's a little bit slightly different, but if we go with the angle that Quester proposed, it'd be 1249. Now, we are not saying that these two lied or anything. We are saying that this picture was taken at this time, but it was posted at the time that they at 1:26, like they're saying. So we're that's what we're saying. I want to make that very, very clear. We're not saying that this was actually taken later, or we're saying we're taken earlier. Earlier. Yeah, we're not saying that. We're not saying that they were doing anything nefarious. I'm sorry, but we're saying that it was taken earlier. So we are actually we're saying it was taken at 12:49 according to the shadow. But if it was taken at the time that they posted it, which is 1:26, the shadows should be different. So I want people to see that. And it doesn't really matter to me what the difference between that one is. I just felt it was interesting. That the difference is, roughly 30, 40 minutes. And this could be the timestamp of this evening.
what matters is where they are on the trail. And when you know where you are on the trail and you do the walk, we're talking 7 to 8 minutes. So you've got the Mears trailhead over here to the right of this picture. There you go. The Mears trailhead to the outer point of the main trailhead out there by Freedom Bridge is about 7 to 7.5 minutes. Regardless if this picture was taken at 12:49 or 1:26, you've got Rayleigh Voorhees testifying that she saw the man entering the trail at 2:15.
It was taken at 12:49 according to our shadow calculations. And as All Eyes has aptly said, it was the timestamp on Rayleigh's mom's phone from receiving the picture. That's 1:26. So this at least narrows down when it was taken, which is important to do.
Even from 1:26 to 2:15, that's over 45 minutes. On a journey from where they are on this bench to the entrance of the Freedom Bridge, which was 7.5 minutes, that time that doesn't add up any way you slice it. And if it was taken if the calculations are right and the photograph was taken at 12:49 based on the shadows, that's even more time. Or I'm sorry, less time. We're still in the realm of what were they doing during this time frame.
So next, I think that we should just do at the same bench. We have this picture of Bree Wilbur, and I was able to confirm that this is the correct bench. Because one, it's new again, and two, the other two did not have this big old knot right here. And thank you, April, once more. You are my MVP, my personal MVP. I love you. So I lined that up here, and I took while I do. So if it is taken at 11:45 when they said, then
they claimed 1:26. You're saying
no. This is a different picture though.
This is the one when they arrived.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if it was this, it'd be this. However, Quester, I think he kind of got a little bit incorrect on these because of the slants in the background. I don't think that they're super accurate. So what I did is I wanted to use something that was, a little bit of a more consistent surface, which I used this shadow. And I also, one second. So I used this shadow too, because I felt like this one was another decent, consistent surface. Like it's going across multiple things, not just the background, because the background can be kind of skewed from your perspective. So what I did is I took these. So on this teal one, according to the shadows, it would be taken 1:17, which I don't believe that that's necessarily true. But this one says 12. Wait. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. No, I accidentally forgot. I mislabeled this. Or no, wait. This is correct. This one says 12:16. So this one's really difficult. This one's very difficult to do just because of all the different lines. But if I had to guess, I'd put it on the. I don't. Which one would you put it on, Quester?
No, you go ahead with the ones you're doing because
no,
you're more likely to put it right.
It's in between this time. In my opinion, it's between this 1:17 and 12:16 and 1:17, which puts it, no matter what, it puts it after the time the state says at 11:45. I just want to put that there. Well, this one I'm less certain about it though, so I just want to put that out there.
Well, Bree Wilbur posted a photo of Freedom Bridge, claiming that's when they arrived, and that was at 12:25.
Which cannot fit this.
Yeah. But I did want to put that caveat that this one I'm less certain about. But that was just while we were at this.
If it had been just a few minutes difference, you'd forgive it. But this is far more than a few minutes, isn't it?
See, Drew says this is the wrong bench. I disagree because I looked at pictures of all the benches. I was sent pictures of all the benches. And then we're also using the fact that the elevation goes up once more behind them. I looked at pictures of all the benches, and this one, the only other one that I felt like it could possibly be, and this one doesn't have the knot on the bottom. Like April sent me a picture of the whole bench.
Which C2 think it is? Which bench does C2 think it is?
I would probably the one closer here, because this is, I know that Doug Rice had told people that it was a different one, but
no. So okay, so when
what do you think?
When you, I have like a 15-minute video of me and Julie going over this, and I always had thought it was the very first bench that you encountered when you came onto the trail. So
right here,
scroll
this one.
Yeah, but see, but okay, but when you're walking, okay, now I'm not talking about in 2017, but now there are no benches other than the one that is at the top of the niches trail. There's no bench on that side. They're all on the north side.
Yeah. So I confirmed with someone who lives locally.
Do you see where this bridge is? Do you see where this bridge is right here? This is like an overlook bridge. To the left of the photo that you have on the trail. Go back.
This thing?
Go back. Yes. When you're walking,
this is not a bridge. Oh, this is just a little platform thing, because the earth right here was degraded and was eroding really horribly.
But when you're walking on the trail and you get to this point, you feel like you're on a bridge, because the whole right-hand side is open to the water. And it was after this area right here that the first bench we came on, Julie said, this is the bench. I thought if you back up, if you go back before this like bridge area, if you go back, there's now, I'm not talking about 2017, I'm talking about now, there's a bench before that bridge area. That's the bridge that I thought, or that's the bench that I thought the girls took the photo on. And I don't see it on this photograph.
It's really hard to, here's one, a bench.
So if you go to my playlist where it says Delphi trip.
Yeah, it wasn't like, we know that all eyes, we're showing the changes. The reference I used is this one, which is 2017. So I just want people to understand that.
So this area right here, the bench, the bench right is past. You go past this area right here.
Another one right here.
To the bench.
Shoot, there's another one right here. Is that another bench? No, wait, I can't tell. I'm having trouble now.
The problem is I think that all of these diagrams are getting mixed up based on what's now and what was then. Because in 2017, I believe the benches that were out there, a couple of them might be the same, but some of them I think were moved.
No, but I was given pictures of the benches before they were moved and everything. That's what I'm saying. But I'm gonna actually have someone go out there and tell me about the trees, because that's the thing that's gonna actually be able to tell us where they were.
Well,
the trees in the background of the photo.
This area right here, that's now that now has like a bridge type railing. This area right here, you go past it, and the next bench on the left, which is the only bench between that bridge area and Mears, that is the bench that Julie Melvin showed me that Doug Rice said Rayleigh Voorhees claimed they took the photo.
This one?
Yes.
Okay, I wanted to make sure that's the one I thought. The Bree Wilbur photo, it may have been this bench. I need to double check. As I said, I was less sure about that one.
No, I thought it was that photo as well. But when I went out there with Julie, I have a video. The whole thing.
Okay, well, yeah, we'll cover that after.
This bench right here is the bench before Mears, where Julie Melvin said Rayleigh Voorhees showed Doug Rice where they were on the trail and what bench they took the photo on. So whether it be 1249 or 126, either way, she's only about 7.5 to 8 minutes away from the exit of the trailhead at Monont or at Freedom Bridge. And if she's saying that she saw the BG guy out here or right before she exited the trails at 2:15, the case is done. I mean, Rayleigh Voorhees was the state's star witness.
Confirm that. I'll make sure I confirm. I'll talk to All Eyes and get that footage she has, so I can. I don't want to put out any misinformation. Because I want to be very, very, very.
Well, there's no. I mean, there's no. I mean, what misinformation is there to put out? I mean,
no, it's not necessarily. I'm sorry, that wasn't the right word. It was more. I want to be very clear about what I am uncertain about and what I am certain about, so that when I say I'm certain about something, people can take it. You know, like they can definitely feel good about it. Anyways,
okay. I mean, well, so let's pretend that what the state presented at trial is accurate, and the photograph was taken at 126. Regardless to what photo and what bench, 126 is the timestamp. And their star witness then testifies that she saw this man who she describes as being the same man on Libby's video. She saw him at 2:15, 2 minutes after the video at the south end of the bridge started. What do we do with that?
Yeah.
She seems to like the time 2:15, doesn't she? That's the time that she's supposed to have got to Bree's house when they're walking back.
Well, not according to her trial testimony. She claims they got back there at 2:30 because according to Rayleigh Voorhees, they're seeing this BG guy, this big, tall, muscular guy in multiple outfits. They see him at 2:15, and she claims they got to Bree Wilbur's house around 2:30 in her trial testimony. Like I'm almost certain that the state prepped their witnesses. And if they prepped their witnesses,
they did.
Why are they putting on a witness to say that she saw a man that she claims to be the same man that the FBI and ISP put out, that Libby supposedly captured on camera in the video, that she saw him at 2:15 out there by Freedom Bridge? 2 minutes after the video at the south end of the bridge had already started. Like, I don't understand why people aren't freaking out about this.
Yeah, no, that's like that's kind of a big deal. Like big time, because it's impossible. And it destroys that credibility of that witness, or at least the credibility based on what they're seeing. So I think now let's move on to some of the bridge photos, which we'll start with the Bree Wilbur photo. Is this the right one? Let's find out. Or maybe I won't. Maybe we won't find out, actually. Oh wait, no, it's back this way. Sorry. Sorry, I put it up further. Okay, so So this is the Bree Wilbur photo. And this is sort of the original line that I use, but it's if it's so they said it was taken at sorry, I'm looking for it. What time did they say this one was taken, Quester? The back photo.
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't add it into this part. So this is, if we use, I used this one, but it's kind of this, it's a skewed perspective. So I kind of realized I didn't like this because also it would have been impossible for it to be at this angle because that's 2:34 p.m. And we know that that didn't happen. So I decided to stretch things out a little bit. And by the way, I aligned, you see this little teal straight line right here? That was me aligning the bridge planks with the image. Okay. So just to get the correct heading for everything. So I wanted to make that clear. But if we use this one, it's more around 1240-ish. And I say ish because this is kind of what I did is I kind of made a 3D representation of this outside of the computer. And I literally like tilted a notebook and was like, all right, how far do I have to go for it to be probably, the correct. So I didn't film that.
Fungi. That's time you're looking for. 12:44.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry.
And so I got
13:44. What am I talking about? 13:44.
Oh, well, I got 12:40-ish around this one. This one is
13:44 is when she posted it.
Which that the 13:44 makes sense because I've been screaming about the fact that they posted a photograph of them arriving at the Freedom Bridge at 12:25, and I wanted to know what the fuck they were doing until this first photograph was taken. That was 40 minutes for a 15-minute walk from the Freedom Bridge to the Monon High Bridge. It took them almost 3 times that amount of time to get to the Monon High Bridge. So I then wanted to know, okay, was this photograph taken after they did their exploring underneath the bridge? Because according to Rayleigh Voorhees, I know that there's a big discrepancy on what route the girls took, but they arrived at 12:25.
Which girls? Just
talking about the only 4-girl group that the state wants to admit was out there. Rayleigh Voorhees, Bree Wilbur, and the 2 younger girls. They arrive at 12:25 based on the picture. They get to the Monon High Bridge, and Rayleigh Voorhees testifies that they go down the right-hand side of the bridge. Some people think they went down the Niches Trail to go under the bridge and take photographs of the water, because Rayleigh Voorhees and Bree Wilbur both claim they took photographs of the water. But once you pass the Mears Trailhead, you're talking a 6 to 7 minute walk from the Mears Trailhead to the Monon High Bridge. If they were to go down the Niches Trail, they would have had to have walked that amount of time back, turned left, past the bench that sits at the top of the Niches Trail, and then walk again another 6.5 to 7 minutes down the trail to the water's edge to take photographs, and then back up. There's not enough time for all of that to have transpired. That's why it only seems plausible based on Rayleigh Voorhees' testimony when she says we went down the right side of the Monon High Bridge, that back in 2017, there had to be some sort of a path that they could have taken to go down the right-hand side of the bridge down to the water's edge. How they would have done that, I don't know, because it looks extremely dangerous. coming back up appears to be impossible. But to walk all the way back and then go down the Niches Trail and then visit the water and then come back up, there's not enough time for that. However, what were they doing between 12:25 and 1:44?
I'll throw in a problem there for you, Amy.
Okay.
Phone data, which was not disclosed, shows that at 1:39 and 58 seconds, a thumbnail was automatically created on Libby's phone in regard to and it says it was in regard to Bree Wilbur. Now, the thumbnail would have automatically created itself when that phone went on, when that picture went onto the phone. That's what they do. They create a thumbnail so it's easy to file it.
What?
And this would indicate that at 1:39, Libby saw and loaded a photograph from Bree Wilbur. Yeah?
What was the photograph?
It's not there. It's not even mentioned on the data that was revealed to us.
Yeah, and so I'm not as certain about this one just because of the angle change, but I just wanted to illustrate, that's why I made this 3D thing, so that I could kind of eyeball it, but I'd like to do some more analysis on the Bree Wilbur picture just to get the time down. I just want to be completely transparent with you guys.
Well, here's
such a
my
big
frustration.
range.
Here's my frustration and my wrench I'm going to throw into all of it. And I think I told this to Quester the other day, is that this four girl group, if we cannot incorporate them into the crime, them being there on the trails and their timeline is irrelevant, except for the photograph at 1:26. And the reason I feel the 1:26 photograph has been elevated to the level of importance that it has been is because the state can pinpoint where these girls were factually, not completely factually, because they can prove that that bench photo was taken at 1:26, but because they have a timestamp, whether it be a timestamp that the photograph was taken or a timestamp of when the photograph was sent. They can say, these four girls were here, and we're telling you this black car belongs to Rick Allen, was here at 1:26. Although there is absolutely no drop mic moment or proof that that black car that we're being shown, even if it is, which I don't believe it is, even if it is seen on the camera at 1:26, there's no factual proof that that car drove past the Hoosier Harvest Store, turned right, and parked at the old CPS building. There's no proof. Because then when you fast forward to the secondary state's star witness, which is Betsy Blair is telling you, I was here then, and then. And when I left, this is the car that I saw. And that car is absolutely nowhere close to the description of a black Ford Focus that Rick Allen owned. That part we're supposed to disregard. And all eyes, you have to do the math. If you enter the trails and to get from the Freedom Bridge to the Monon High Bridge, you're talking 14 and a half to 7 minutes on a normal paced walk. Do the math on the in-between. Once you get to the Mears Trailhead, you're talking 6.5 to 7 minutes. Once you hit that 3-lane intersection and you turn left from Mears to go to the Monon High Bridge, 6.5 to 7 minutes. If it takes you 6.5 to 7 minutes to get to the Monon High Bridge, it's going to take you that much longer to get back. Then to turn and go left again down the Niches Trail, that's another 6 to 7 minutes. Then you have to go further through the woods and around the bend to the water, because you can't just walk straight down the Niches Trail straight to the water. There's a cutoff point. That's why Betsy Blair describes in her testimony, I walked down the Niches Trail until it dropped off, and then I turned around and I come back. So that's at least from Mears to the Monon High Bridge and back. That's 14.5 to 15 minutes. Down the Niches Trail and back up, that's another 14.5 minutes. So we're talking over 30 minutes just for those 2 legs of that trail.
That would be here. This is the Niches Trail. And so this is, all right, this is where that bench is.
That's where the bench is.
At?
Yes. And then you walk down. Now look at the difference. Look at the difference from where that path stops. Cross back up over to the regular Monon High Trail. Go back up, take your little mouse back over.
Once again, this is from 2017, guys. These images.
No. Go down.
Here?
Okay, look at the start of the north end of the bridge.
Here, let's give it a little perspective here. Look at how steep that is.
Mm-hmm. So tilt the map back. Down.
Yes.
I'm not worried about the elevation. I'm looking at, okay, so go back to the Mears Trail. Go back up to the Mears entrance. From there to the Monon High Bridge is 6.5 to 7 minute walk. Go down there.
So from here to the Monon High Bridge, 6.5 to 7 minute walk.
Based on your right. So let's just say you're a fast fucking walker. 6 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
That's cutting it really short. So you get to the start of the Monon High Bridge. You turn around and you go back. That's 12 minutes. Then you cross over and you go down the Niches Trail. Then you get to the end of the Niches Trail and you have to cut through the woods and the debris to get down to the water's edge.
Yeah, and you'd be going along this kind of shore because it's too steep to kind of go right away. But though I did see some images where it looked like there might be like a little trail to just go like kind of not under to the water, but like under that first little area of the bridge. Thought that was interesting.
Well, the thing is that All Eyes had someone go out there, and this was closer to the time of the crimes. And back then, there seemed to be some sort of a pathway to go down the right-hand side of the bridge to the water's edge. Now, being there, I was there this past October, and I was there the year before. It did not appear to me that that pathway was still available. But All Eyes has pictures of someone out there that went down that right side of the bridge and could make their way to the water's edge and then go back up, which is basically what Rayleigh Voorhees described in her testimony. We went down the right-hand side of the bridge. What I'm saying is Rayleigh Voorhees in her testimony did not say, we left the Monon High Bridge, we walked all the way back up to the Mears trailhead and went down the Niches Trail. And from there, we went down to the water's edge. Because that would have taken at least over a half hour worth of just walking time to walk back to the Mears trailhead, to cross over to the Niches Trail, to go down, then get to the water's edge, because it's not that Niches Trail doesn't take you directly to the water's edge. You have to cut through the woods. And it's not, when me and Julie went through there, it's not an easy path to get down to the water's edge. So you have to incorporate that time and then incorporate the time getting back up, which it works both ways. It's like a double-edged sword. It explains how these 4 girls could have been hidden from a Betsy Blair being on the trails and not seeing them and then being out of sight. But it still does not compensate for the time that the Rayleigh Voorhees group claimed they were out there.
So the final one I'm going to share today. This one I'm actually feeling pretty good about. This one is our picture of Cheyenne with her, I don't know, the katana sword pick. That's what we're just going to call it. We're going to call it the katana sword. Why is this not in the, sorry, one second. There we go. Now that's better. Boop. All right. So once again, I aligned it. You can see the planks. And so if it's like this, if this is, did I not put, I'm not, what time did they say it was? Oh, shoot, howdy, I didn't add the extra notation for the time I thought it would be, but I have it in the email. I believe that it was corroborated, though. We said that this picture, or no, was it the other one? I'm sorry, Quester.
You've lost me.
Yeah, no. One sec. Let me check my email, because this is the one I did first, and I was very confused. I'm very confused about what I did the second time.
That's okay.
Let me just grab it. I should have done this while Amy was talking, but yeah. All right. Yeah, so this Cheyenne sword pick. The proposed time would be that Quester believes it's near sunset. And I agree with that, because the sun gets very low and it's hardly visible on the horizon. Here's actually what the sun would look like at the time that, oh, hello, we're just going to open up this, I guess.
So this means, this means the photograph.
This was taken much later, or this was taken on a different day.
Well, then why is it time stamped February 13th? That's the problem. That's the problem with all of these people who are out there. And what time is it? It's 3:30. Hold on. So
no, but see, you guys, this is the time. So this is what my program looks like, and then I just take the very center of where the sun is, and that's the angle. All right. So here's the pic overlay to get the calculation.
So guys in the chat, that's what we're saying. If that's the conundrum with the case, when we are left with photographs and timestamps that we don't feel we can trust, we are trying to figure out the best way to decipher when the photographs were actually taken. And I'm going to let Fungi finish with the shadow stuff, and then I'm going to go on my rampage.
Yeah, when she does that, I'm going to go snowblow. So
no, you're going to sit right here and listen. You're going to sit right here and listen.
No, I have only like 3 hours of sunlight left. It's going to take me 4 hours to snowblow. You have no idea. I will listen though. I'll listen from afar. In spirit. No, okay, whatever. But yeah, so this is the program I use. A screenshot from it. You can see I put in time, date, everything. I even put in a different GPS location and the altitude accordingly for if it was taken on the bridge. So there we go. This is the screenshot of the information. It would have been at 244.85, and I still have the program open actually. So if we, yeah, and so this is the time it would have been. It would have been at 6. If it was taken on the 13th, it would have had to be around 6:23. But so either this was taken at 6:23 that day, which I don't believe it was, or it was taken on a different day, which I believe that's to be the case more so. But so my question, which I was asking in the email, is but why? Why would you lie about this? Why would you label it something different? And it's confusing. And the full picture here, also, it proves that it's this direction, by the way. I just want you guys to know that, because if it was flipped, it's not possible. I just want to let you guys know I did address that part. So this is the direction. Sorry, north to south. Yeah, here is it with the. There you go. See, now you guys can see that. See, right next to it. Woohoo! So today we used math, and science and Mother Nature, which is one of my favorite things. Veronica says more people were out there between noon and 3:30 p.m., yet only a handful were spoken to. All accounts from for 2017 have changed. It's frustrating. Truth shouldn't change. That is precisely it. And that's why in interviews, if you see police interrogations, you'll see that they make people rehash their story over and over again. They'll make them do it forwards, backwards, then they'll dissect little parts because they want to catch them in an inconsistency. And the thing is, if they're telling the truth, usually they're able to not, bring out major freaking changes. Sunset was not at 6:20. No, I have a thing from a government website. Let me find it. I have it somewhere over here. Aha, I found it. All right, so here I'm gonna just bring this over. I do not want to open this email actually, so we're just gonna download it really quick because I have extra space on my hard drive for once. Here it is. So, oh shoot, was I looking at the wrong one? You're right, it's 6:20. Sorry, no, I was completely wrong. I screwed that one up. I was looking at the sunrise. I'm sorry. When I was looking at these the other night, it was like 10 p.m. and I was dead. So in my defense, all eyes is 100% correct. That is my bad. And this is what the sunset would have looked like on the horizon there. Like this is from the program with the place, the time. So I just you can say it's sunset at that time, but this is what my program says. And my program literally calculates the galaxy. It's actually supposed to be for stargazers, people who are into astronomy or whatever. But
okay.
My bad.
So
my bad,
you are good. I'm going to go on my little rant right now.
All right, and I'm gonna exit the thing. She already exited for me. Thanks.
Here, I'll take it off. It off.
No, you're good. I'm gonna still be listening, but I got to get dressed to go solo. So
okay.
you guys need me, let me know. If I don't answer, then I'm ignoring you. No, I'm kidding.
All right.
Thank you guys for having me. If I do not chime back in, love you all.
All right. Love you too. So we know,
Tony,
we know what we know. I mean, as far as, and my point is, can we prove Rick Allen is innocent without relying on any third-party suspects? And I think that we can, based on all of the information that we have, what piecemeal phone data that we have. And I'm sorry, but it's piecemealed. I played for you today Libby's sister clarifying that there was more than just the 207 photo of Abby that was posted. We have talked about multiple photos that we believe were uploaded that there's no proof of. We've shown you the data. You can do with it what you want. If you need it directly, I can send it to you. I'm not going to go over it again. We know that the girls, wrong photo. Give me 1 second. We know the girls, based on the phone data that people want to rely heavily on as being accurate. Okay, well, this phone data shows us that the girls arrived at the trails at some point, because the last notification that we have is the phone was unplugged. And we have nothing from the girls until they pop up right here midway between the Mears lot and the Monon High Bridge. And they stand still for almost 14 minutes. What were they doing? Who were they communicating with? Was the man on the first platform that Betsy Blair claims appeared to be waiting for someone? Were they communicating with him, thinking he was a young, hot teenage boy? Where are the communications that Libby had on her phone? And if we're supposed to believe that the only communication that she had text message wise was with this Tyler kid from the night before, I'm not buying it. And I don't want to hear, oh, well, we don't have it because it's third-party apps. Really? Well, Detective Vito had those messages. Who had access to those third-party apps on Libby's phone? One person that we know of, and that's Kelsey. Who was in her phone that night? Am I pointing a finger at Kelsey? No. But has anyone ever asked Kelsey in public on the stand the hard questions? What were you doing in your sister's apps, in her accounts? Where is all of her communication? Where's the communication between Libby and Max Snowberger that Max Snowberger claims to say they had, where he was being invited to join them out there on the trails? What about the communication to the Sanderford boy who said he was also invited to go? What about Logan Holder, who was invited to go, who claimed he couldn't because he had to go to school? Where are all of those communications? Why don't we have them? Either the state had the ability to manipulate the information that was provided to the defense, or someone deleted all of that shit. And it's my understanding that once shit is deleted, that doesn't necessarily mean it's erased for good. So where is it? Why do we have information on Libby's phone that previously dates when her phone was reset? When her phone was factory reset on February 4th, why do we have information prior to that? Something doesn't add up. Therefore, everything's on the table as far as I'm concerned. You can disagree with me all you want, But something in what we're saying here on this channel, a defense team can piecemeal apart and decide what's important. In the meantime, we're going to talk about all of it. And if you don't like it, I'm sorry. But we know the girls were sitting here on the trails for almost 14 minutes. What were they doing? Were they waiting for instructions? Was somebody on the first platform on the bridge telling them, hey, I'm here? Because what we do know is when Betsy Blair arrived, and we do know how long it took her to get from her vehicle over here at the Mears lot to the Monon High Bridge, witness the guy on the first platform, then turn around and walk halfway back and encounter Abby and Libby like she testified to. So we know the girls were in this area for quite some time because they literally arrived less than a minute after Betsy Blair did. And according to Kelsey, she didn't even pull into Mears' lot. She pulled up along the side of 300. The nose of her car was still facing the road. And yes, she made sure the girls had sweatshirts. But we know now, based on the pictures that the state gave us at trial, she didn't have to worry about Abby. Abby already had a sweat jacket on, right? Her own sweat jacket on that Kelsey claims she gave her. But we have pictures of Abby in that jacket prior to this day. We have pictures of Libby in a black Delphi swim shirt prior to this day. But we'll take Kelsey at her word. It was a brand new sweatshirt that had been washed, by the way, and had German on the back that she gave to her sister. Regardless, Abby and Libby could not have been more than a minute and 30 seconds behind Betsy Blair. Yet, Betsy Blair did not encounter them until halfway back to the Mears lot. Okay. Who enticed them on the eve of Valentine's Day? This photograph appeared in Libby's phone data at 1:45 p.m. and 7 seconds through Instagram. This could be the most irrelevant picture on the planet, or it could be the one thing that made Libby feel like she had to meet this person that she was communicating with, feeling special. We just don't know. But it is seriously something that needed to be looked into. This wasn't presented at trial. We never saw this in an exhibit. We're just going to remove it and pretend it doesn't exist. Then, let's go to this picture. This picture that was posted by Cheyenne is actually cut in half. Hold on.
Did Amy? Is Amy being naughty? I'm back. Is Amy being naughty?
No. I'm telling it like it is.
I don't know if I trust your answer here. Quester?
No, I'm telling it like it is. Hold on. Let me get rid of this. I'm being told I have too much stuff in here. So if you take a look at this photo that's on the screen, this is a photo that's been split into two. And it was posted that way, and I don't know why. because in all actuality, this is the actual photo. It's one photo. But there has to be more than just one photo here, because if you look at this photograph, we see more of the second pair of shoes on the left with the dark shoelaces. We know based on Cheyenne's Facebook posts that she admittedly claims this was her with the boot because she's an outdoor girl, is what she said. She does a lot of hiking. Okay.
Same.
We're not even going to discuss the rip in the jeans and the red marks. I'm not going to go there. I can't tell if those are patches. I know that some people think those are stains of blood. I'm not going to discuss it. But Cheyenne admittedly says this leg, these boots, these ripped jeans are hers. Okay. The person to the left is wearing a pair of gray canvas shoes with dark laces, carrying a katana sword. Okay. Again, Shelby Duncan, same day. White shoes, no black laces, on the Monon High Bridge, walking back from the south end of the bridge. No big deal, right? Well, it is a big deal when that proves there are 3 people, at least 3 people at this time frame on the bridge. And we know that because Shelby Duncan testifies that her and Shelby Duncan, Cheyenne testifies that her and Shelby Duncan were at France Park that morning hiking. And she asked, and if you don't believe me, I'm not going to do the work for you. Go to All Eyes' Grit Hub, the case against Rick Allen, pull up Cheyenne's testimony. She testifies that her and Shelby Duncan were at France Park hiking. And she asked Shelby Duncan, have you ever been to the Monon High Bridge? And Shelby Duncan says, no. And she says, let's go. So they hop in the car and they drive to the Monon High Bridge. Okay, so are we stupid? Or are we going to take her at face value that her and Shelby Duncan hopped in the same car and drove to the Monon High Bridge? Why does it matter? Right here. Cheyenne Makisha Holquin's Facebook post. If the girl's last snap was at 2:07, my friend showed up around 2:30. While I showed up around 2:45, 2:50. Okay, what friend? Cheyenne.
Amy?
Yes.
Can you take that comment off because it's blocking out some of the writing? Brilliant, thanks.
Yep. My friend showed up around 2:30. While I showed up around 2:45, 2:50. We would have seen someone. So I know we talked about this last week, but I don't think I hit the nail on the head hard enough. And I really, really hope that Skip is listening because this is his forte. Cheyenne is lying or omitting who she was with because she blatantly testified at trial that her and Shelby Duncan left France Park on the morning of February 13th to go to the High Bridge. But back in February of 2017, she's claiming that her friend showed up around 2:30. Well, who is her friend? Because her friend was in the car with her. Right? Or are we to believe that her friend, who had never been to the Monon High Bridge, got in her own car and beat her to a place that she had never been before.
I mean, if you punched it in on like a map thingy, would it take you right to the Mirrors entrance or wherever they parked? Because we don't know where she parked, did we?
Yeah, she claimed that she got there and there were 2 cars there and she parked in the grass. But here on her face, and see, here's the problem. It appears that Cheyenne was initially being forthright and honest at the very beginning, but she makes it very clear that she's not going to throw people's names out under the bus, because she says, I didn't ever go public. I posted the pictures of the bridge after I left, before the girls were considered missing. That's why I have never released the name of my friend who I was with, or the other 2 who were at the bridge before me, because I'm saving them from the backlash and drama that came along with it. I'm not pissing anyone off. I'm just stating facts. Okay, well, the other facts that she stated back in 2017 were that she was out there and her sister-in-law was there too. Her sister-in-law being Cheryl Loeffler. We know that Cheryl Loeffler and Cheyenne both had children by 2 separate men that were brothers, the Ingalls brothers. How would anyone know that? Well, because Cheyenne said so. Let's fast forward to Cheyenne's testimony at Rick's trial. She said law enforcement showed up at her house in 2023. Go read it. Showed her this picture and said, is this Cheryl Loeffler? Where would law enforcement get the information that Cheyenne was with Cheryl Loeffler? It's in the trial transcripts. Read it. Cheryl Loeffler has a baby by Jack Ingalls. Cheyenne has a child with Chase Ingalls. That's not a made-up story. And guess what? They're all from Monticello. Cheyenne, Shelby Hicks, Shelby Duncan. Cheyenne, Cheryl Loeffler. Why are all of these people converging on the Monon High Bridge on February 13th at the same time that 2 girls are being slaughtered across the creek? Cheryl was not with Chase that day because Chase was in jail. But Jack was not. Jack Ingalls was living at the Palladino compound. The shoes don't lie. And if this over here on the left-hand side is Shelby Duncan in the gray canvas shoes with the black shoestrings, and this is Shelby Duncan with white shoes and no black shoestrings, where's the katana sword? This is
Eliza's suggesting it was Shelby Hicks.
No, this is Shelby Hicks that we're looking at. I'm sorry, this is Shelby Duncan that we're looking at. This is supposed to be, according to Cheyenne, Shelby Duncan, who she was with. But this photograph is Shelby Duncan that same day. This is the same photograph that law enforcement showed up in 2023, where Rick is sitting in Westville prison, and they're asking Cheyenne, is this Cheryl Loeffler? And she said, no, it's Shelby Duncan. Is this Cheryl Loeffler? She said, no, this is Shelby Duncan. But look at the shoes. Cheyenne has admittedly said the gray boots and the ripped jeans are her. So whose shoes are standing next to her with the black laces, carrying the katana sword? And if it's Shelby Duncan, did she change shoes and pass off the katana sword? Or do we have a third person? Wait a minute. Is the third person Faith Inman? Because Faith Inman, whose name is printed on every single one of these photographs, is a real person.
That's spelled right, though.
It's not an acronym. It's a person. No. Shelby Hicks testified. Shelby Hicks testified that she was there with Daniel Pearson. Why? Don't know. Why were they on the bridge? Don't know. But you add them into the mix. So now we've got Cheyenne, you've got Shelby Duncan, you have this third person in these shoes carrying a katana sword that's never been named, never been interviewed or identified. You've got Shelby Hicks, you've got Daniel Pearson. That's 5 people converging on the bridge at the same time while 2 little girls are being murdered in the woods across the creek, and no one heard a thing.
When did Cheyenne say the katana pick was hers? I'm sorry.
In her Facebook post, which I have them all. Skip Jensen, they're in the Dropbox that he sent. But she identifies herself as being this person wearing these jeans because people were commenting on the jeans, and she made it a point to say, that's how I dress because I'm an outdoorsy kind of girl, and I'm always out in the woods hiking. Yeah, EOA says Cheyenne said that was her in the photo. Absolutely, she does. These shoes on the left-hand side are not Abby's. These are they look like a pair of canvas tennis shoes with black laces, which are not the same shoe that we see Shelby Duncan wearing here. I'll pull it up. All eyes. I know that you have the whole entire Google Drive that Skip Jensen sent you. It's the same one that he sent me. They're in there. But I will pull up the screenshots of all of the comments that Cheyenne made online, including, if you go back to the Vault episode 1 through 3, I show the screenshots of Tina Rodell also saying that Cheyenne told her that she was out there and Cheryl Loeffler was out there too. No, it exists. I've seen it. Because it was funny because Cheyenne, when she was posting on Facebook, she took great offense to people talking crap about her clothes. And I don't think that anybody back then ever thought that the rip in her jeans and the red stains were blood. Not until much later. They were talking about the fact that her boots looked like they were being worn by a man. I'm going to have Skip back on because Skip is adamant about all of these people. And again, let's just revisit all of the things. For example, here we go. Nick Edwards. By the way, let me just show you a picture of who Nick Edwards is. This is Nick Edwards.
The nerd in me. Just, I went on a whole rant in the email saying how inaccurate this is.
It doesn't matter if it's inaccurate. It's
I know.
what matters
I know.
Is, what matters is that he thinks he's accurate. No,
guys, I just want everyone to know that lions are a symbol of Christendom. They were never adopted by the Vikings as with heraldry. That's a Western thing.
So this is Nick Edwards. Nick Edwards sent these messages. So Red, aka Sheena, was at my apartment and she was beyond high. Who is Sheena? Sheena Cottrell, aka Sheena Dillon.
Hey, why does that last name sound so familiar? Asking for a friend.
Because there's so many of them.
Sorry.
So Red, aka Sheena, was at my apartment and she was beyond high. Blank and Blank was there too, and two other people, Blake and his boyfriend. Sheena was out of her mind high, going on about how she was there when CJ Palladino killed those girls. And she knows what all happened, etc. I went to the cops with the information and they dismissed it because I was loaded at the time, whatever that means. There was never talk of a videotape unless Sheena told Garrett that I never heard that. Furthermore, if I knew 100% who did that to them poor girls, I would go straight to the state police. I couldn't imagine it. If those were my children, it would break me. Garrett also implicated Jason Palladino to Delphi. Sheena implicated the Palladinos all the way, Mark, Jason, and CJ. Implicated in what? There's another tip that came in to the tip line that reported, we went over this last week, that Sheena Dillon was claiming that Derek German bought $100,000 worth of ice, some sort of souped up methamphetamine from Mark Palladino and never paid for it. And as retaliation.
I gotta get going.
All right, I love you. Bye.
See you guys. Bye.
He never paid for it, and this was retaliation. Now, what you need to understand, and this is not bullshit, Sheena Cottrell, aka Sheena Dillon, at the time in 2017, was dating Jason Palladino. We have all of, and they're all from Monticello. Look up 600 Monticello. It's a road. It's a trailer park. They're all from Monticello, all from the same area. Why are all of these people converging on the Monon High Bridge on this day? Not pointing any fingers, not making any accusations. I am stating facts that these people were out there at this time, and we know what transpired on February 13th in the woods. When you have this many people on the Monon High Bridge within X amount of yards from this crime scene, why did we not hear from every single one of them at trial? Why do we have no information on, was there DNA taken from all these people? We have Cheyenne and Shelby Duncan at the south end of the bridge. Cheyenne testifying that her and Shelby Duncan had to go to the bathroom at the south end of the bridge. They walked off the bridge and went over to the side and went to the bathroom and then came back and then sat and took pictures. It all could be completely innocent. But from a law enforcement standpoint, these people who were that close in proximity, not only to the crime scene, but the time in which the crime occurred. And then now we have all of this unidentified female hair. Hello? That's what I'm pointing out. Yeah, Cheyenne did come forward. And I wouldn't even, and here's my invitation to Cheyenne. I'm not accusing Cheyenne of doing anything nefarious. I'm going to offer an open invitation to anybody who knows her or Cheyenne herself. If she's listening, I would love to invite her on to interview her and give her side of the story. And I would like to ask her, once this case hit the social media airwaves, did someone who was out there with you that day tell you, please keep my name out of it? I have a case open, for example. I'm going to trial for a meth case, or I don't want to be involved. I see what's happening to you. People are running you through the dirt on social media. Please don't say anything. And maybe this person is irrelevant, but the fact that they were omitted from the storyline and from the timeline at this point in the game, when we have a man sitting in prison who could be factually innocent, it matters. All bets are off. Cheyenne, come on the channel. Let's have a conversation. Shelby Duncan, Shelby Hicks, you're all invited. I'm not accusing you of anything. I'm saying the story surrounding your story has gaps, and we're hoping that we can fill those gaps so we can kick your version of events to the curb and focus on what's important. Right? Isn't that fair? I know that you went on the stand. I know that you told your version of events. However, unfortunately, it doesn't feel like the investigation on the defense's side was as thorough as it could have been for us to still have these questions. So I'm just throwing you a bone and saying, you're welcome to come on here, set the record straight. And I'm not going to throw anybody else under the bus, but I believe there's somebody else out there with you on the bridge. Could be even more than just one. And I want to know who it was. I want to know why Cheryl Loeffler's name was thrown into the mix. I want to know why all of you people from Monticello were out there at the same time that these two little girls were being brutally taken from this earth and no one heard a thing. It's so implausible to me. So I'm asking, please come forward. And for those of you who think that I'm going overboard or whatever, I'm telling you right now, my phone is going off. My text messages are going off from people who are texting me, who have information, who don't want their identity revealed. And I won't reveal it. But these are the questions that need to be answered, just like all of the other ones. And I'm not the only ones with questions. And I don't have a bone to pick with anybody. All eyes. I love you, girl. You're fucking amazing at what you do. We just don't always see eye to eye. I appreciate you. I hope you appreciate me. And I'm just willing to pursue every single avenue that this case has left open for us to pursue in order to get to the truth. Quester?
Sorry, I was on mute. Go on. What were you going to ask?
I'm asking you if you have anything to add to my rant.
Of course, not a lot to add to it, is it? You did a very good rant.
Sometimes I feel like I'm just beating my head against a brick wall. Biggie Fishy, Ashley and Garrett, neither one ever that I'm aware of. I know Ashley hasn't, nor Garrett ever said that they ever heard anything about, well, okay, wait a minute. Let me take that back. Not Ashley. Garrett claimed that, what's her name? Michaela. I can't think of her last name. Michaela said something about a video. But in that same conversation, he also claimed that Michaela, what is her, Hartman? I'm sorry, she's now a Babcock, Michaela Babcock. Yes. That Michaela Babcock, who is actually technically blood related to the Patties, claimed that the girls had so many stab wounds they stopped counting. I hate to break it to you guys all, but Garrett Kurtz knows nothing legitimately factual about the Delphi case. He knows rumors that he's been told, and he happened to be in a place where it was discussed, but Garrett wasn't involved. And I'm not taking up for him because he's a piece of shit, and I hate that boy with all my heart. However, Garrett Kurtz has nothing to do with Delphi. And he used the Delphi case as leverage, pretending to have information to get himself out of hot water, out of the 2 murders that he did commit. And that's all that I can say about that. Garrett is a peon. He was a peon to the Paladinos. He was a peon to Talitha Beckley. Anyone who knew him in a superior way treated him like a peon. Now, Garrett Kurtz himself doesn't believe he's a peon. Garrett Kurtz himself thinks he's a macho Tarzan of a man, and he likes to beat on women. Or, unfortunately, a gay man who probably has no mean bone in his body, which was Ray Hainish. So Garrett Kurtz is off the table, and I really can't put, other than him being in the room and hearing different conversations, I put no value in anything that he has to say when it comes to the Delphi case. That includes any finger pointing that he gave in the Delphi case. He's a liar. He's a factual, compulsive liar, and he's exactly where he needs to be. He's dangerous. So, Quester, go ahead. Oh, love and light. Thank you. I try not to go on tangents. I just, these things just get pinned up. And when I sit and I go over this, and there are things that, I have to refrain from saying. But there's some things that I just feel like I can't convey to you enough about the information that I have. And, it's like when you have a gut, and I don't even want to say it's a gut feeling. It's when I talk about these things on a live, and then I have, and I'm sure every other creator goes through the same thing. People reach out and send information, and I read it, and sometimes I'm like, I have to chalk it over here to, okay, I don't really know where they're coming from. And there's other things where I'm like, oh my God, that really just filled in the hole from 3 months ago from this message that someone sent me. So I try to piecemeal and put together all of these pieces and parts. And the one good thing about the Delphi case for me is that I spent 2 years working on Ashley's case, which allowed me quietly to investigate things that I didn't realize where they would lead. And some of the things are so connected to this case, not on Ashley's part, but people in that area that I have come to know very well. And there's people in that area, and there's a couple of them in the chat right now, and you know who you are, who communicate with me, that I feel have valid information, and I would never do anything to jeopardize their safety. And I'm telling you right now, it's safety. This case is poisonous. This case has, I'm sorry, but for those of you who are red-blooded Republicans, I'm not. I bleed blue. And I have bled blue all my life. And what you're watching right now transpire in front of your eyes about this administration that's sitting in the people's house, the White House, if this doesn't open your eyes to the level of corruption that is a dirty secret throughout this country, you need to wake up. And in a place like Carroll County, Delphi, where it's small and no one's watching, it's even worse. This is beyond just a mistake. This is beyond we think we've got the right person behind bars. This is a targeted conviction to pass the buck off of people of importance in that community, in that sheriff's department, in the politics, all the way up the chain in Indiana. That's what this is. And if the community doesn't rise up and fight against this, what are we here for? This is horrendous what's been done now. And I will say this, as much as I love Ashley Garth, and in 3.5 years that I've come to work on her case, and I've come to know her and her family, Ashley's case is not a circumstance of corruption. Ashley's case is a circumstance of someone who doesn't have the means, the know-how, or the ability to defend themselves. That's what Ashley's case is about. And unfortunately, there are, let me show you this, guys. I just need to show you this. This right here. This is a person. I'm going to cry. I don't even know this person. I've only touched, unlike the first 20 pages of this massive, massive case. This is a person crying out for help from inside the prison walls of Indiana, who was given my name to contact because they thought I could help. And I don't know if I can help. Ashley's case is, for some reason, it's just different. And I think it's because the momentum and the leverage that I was able to build off of her case being, unfortunately, connected to Delphi. But there are people like this person right here who don't have the means, the money, the know-how, or the family support to help them. And this right here, I can't even imagine what this girl did, how long she spent compiling this information for me. And I feel obligated to not let it go to waste. I feel obligated to go through every single page and respond to her the best way that I know how. But I know what Ashley's gone through, not having the means or the know-how, having attorneys who blow her off, attorneys who didn't even bother to even watch the interrogation videos of her co-defendants. And for this person to be able to compile this much information on their own case has taken them a long time. And this country needs, and I'm not putting myself on a pedestal, I'm saying this country needs more of me. This country needs more of people like me who has empathy for people who, number one, made a mistake. Number two, deserve a second chance. And it takes time, it takes money. And the only way that these kind of people are going to get help is through advocating, which is not a profitable business. It's not profitable. It's rewarding, but we need more advocates out there. And where Rick Allen is at right now, I'm literally depressed about the fact that we don't have any big law firm stepping up and saying, we're going to help. There's so much involved in this case that a person with massive amounts of outlets, first and foremost, in Rick Allen's case, DNA could solve this case tomorrow if it was done extensively. We know the state's not going to agree to that. And it's going to take moving sun, moon, and stars to get a judge to agree to allow DNA to be tested. And it's going to take time. And I need all of you people who are as passionate as I am, as passionate as Quester and Fungi are right now, to stay on this train. Because a year from now, we may still be sitting here waiting for answers. But if you give up and you walk away and you move on to the next best thing, guess what? So does the desire to get to the truth. And that's what we can't have happen. That doesn't mean we can't work on other cases in the meantime. It means that we keep this case in the forefront, which is what me and Quester and Fungi are trying to do. We're not conspiracy theorists. We're not going down shadow holes for no reason. We are trying to give if Rick Allen's direct appeal fails and it doesn't get any headway in the court and he falls into post-conviction relief, we are trying to give as much working talking points to the post-conviction relief team that we possibly can. And we don't have all the discovery. We don't know what all is available. We know what's out here, but hopefully something that we've touched on or that we're going to touch on at some point is going to be enough to turn the light switch on for a defense team in post-conviction to say, aha, we got it. You know what I'm saying? Quester, should I shut up?
I know.
Should I shut up?
Well, only if you finished.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done.
Take a breath.
Yeah, well, I mean, behind the scenes, like I know, like I know I'm busy. But at the same time, like I told Fungi the other day, and she was like, "Oh my God, girl, me too." Like the crazy thing, like I want to cover so many cases. There's so many important cases out there that I'm in Ohio, and right now we have 3 major cases going on right here. And I absolutely want to cover them. But at the same time, when I lay my head on the pillow at night, my brain goes right to the bridge.
There's a lot of cases out there. There's only one of you. Don't try burning yourself out.
Well, this case is, for me, it's like it is for everybody who's sitting here in chat, who cares, who want to know what happened. Of course, I want to believe that it was quick and the girls didn't suffer, but and when I go to bed at night, I try to put myself on I put myself on the bridge, and I try to bring myself to dreaming about what transpired that day. And I've come up with nothing. I mean, everything that we do here is just the work that we do. But I've tried really hard to mentally compartmentalize what happened to the girls, and it's almost impossible because there's so many different variations of what we think could have happened. That's what makes this case so ironic, to have so many people confess, to have so many pockets of third-party suspects that absolutely make sense, make this case so difficult to decipher. When I stop talking, Quester, that's your cue.
Right. Wasn't it Gareth Kurtz who used to do a lot of the animal husbandry for Logan?
Do what? Say that again?
Gareth Kurtz, didn't he do a lot of the animal husbandry for Ron Logan?
He did. Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was. Yeah, he took care. He helped take care of the horses, and he apparently, ran amok out there on the trails. He, according to him, he even rode the quads back and forth across the bridge.
He was at Ron Logan's when the warrant was served as well.
No, I don't believe so. I don't believe.
No?
Well, did you hear? Why? Did you hear that he was?
I heard that. Yeah, he was looking after the horses at the time, apparently.
Oh, I had not heard that at all. That he was there. And which warrant? Because there were two.
The FBI.
The second one. Okay. Yeah, I hadn't heard that, but I also know that Garrett's dad and Ron Logan were chummy and ran around together. And there's been a lot of rumors about that. The thing is, I have, again, this goes back to all of the different outlets that we have of people that could be involved. You've got the Odinist theory, the Patrick Westphal, the Brad Holder, Elvis Fields. That whole conundrum is almost like, how do you just brush that aside? You've got Brad Holder and Elvis Fields, this link on social media. Then you've got Elvis Fields' sister contacting law enforcement in Delphi saying he said that he was there. Like that whole connection is hard to dismiss. The runes at the crime scene are hard to dismiss. So you got that plot of people, and then you've got the Ron Logan plot. And, I look at Ron Logan and I go, to me, his property is the only entry and exit to the crime scene for me. I don't believe that the person or people who did this left the crime scene heading back towards Freedom Bridge. To me, that's just completely out of the question.
It would be stupid too.
It would be Ron Logan's property to me had to be facilitated as part of this crime, one way, shape, or form. And I have a hard time believing that anybody was utilizing Ron Logan's property without his knowledge. And then you throw in the Reese Davis portion of the story and what was said there. That makes perfect sense to a degree, except for the fact that Keegan is a compulsive liar. And
yep.
I can't believe that Keegan would be involved and his father not be involved. To me, those two go hand in hand. I can't find a connection to Keegan and Brad Holder at all. For people, I know that some people think that it was Brad Holder that was out there that day with Keegan Kline and Ron Logan. That to me just absolutely doesn't make any sense. However, the child pornography ring does. And that kind of leaves me at a dead end, except for the fact that we know that Brett Sandiford, I think it was Brett, it was one of the Sandifords, was in the military with Patrick Westphal, lived right around the corner from Ron Logan. And is there a connection there? I mean, these aren't questions that we should be having to ask. This should have been solidified at trial. And to me, the way that Libby was treated compared to the way that Abby was treated, I can fully get down with the concept that it was a revenge killing. And it seems to me that many people in that area have some affiliation or some knowledge of not just Ossetru or Odinism, but more of the Viking realm of things. I mean, again, here we go. Okay. And I've got, I were the sticks to mislead or misguide? Maybe.
The problem is that absolutely everybody is either related to everybody else, knows them, has been up to some kind of crime, and so on. I mean, presumably you heard the rumor about Brett Sandiford.
Which rumor?
Nobody's been able to.
Which rumor?
The one about you haven't said. Oh, what was it? It's that he was at Ron Logan's on the night of the 12th.
Oh yeah, I've heard that rumor.
And the reason he got kicked out by his wife.
Yes.
Yeah.
I've heard that story. And
yeah. I've found nothing to support the story.
There's a guys, if you haven't heard, I'm not going to go into detail, but according to the rumor mill, Sandiford was kicked out of his house. And he was staying over at Ron Logan's property. Now, I have on good authority, when Ron Logan was interviewed by law enforcement, there was no such talk of a party or a hog roast or a militia gathering or anything that transpired at Ron Logan's property on the 11th or the 12th. Not saying that there wasn't. I'm just saying that was never And that was never a topic or discussed in Ron Logan's initial interrogation. And I have that on good authority. That doesn't mean that Ron Logan wasn't involved. It doesn't mean that I believe that Ron Logan is innocent. Doesn't mean that I believe that Ron Logan didn't allow his property to be utilized in one way. In fact, I do believe that Ron Logan's property was used. To be honest, I really do. And that takes him so if you take a circle and you pull in your suspects to the center of people that you just cannot completely dismiss, Ron Logan is in the dead smack center of that circle for me, of knowledge or passiveness in allowing shit to go down. I believe that his property was used. I could be wrong, but at the same time,
regardless of whether you think the bodies were dumped there or the crime was committed there, there's only two real ways you can get in and out: cemetery and Ron's, isn't it?
Say that again.
That regardless of whether you believe that they were dumped there or actually murdered there, there is really only two ways to there, and that's through the cemetery direction or from Ron's.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else you would have been seen easily. And I can't believe somebody planning this sort of stuff would just say, "I'll blow it, I'm walking down that trail and I don't care if I get seen." Whether it's child abduction, child sex, or drugs, whatever. No, they wouldn't do it.
No, absolutely. And and to be honest, like when you sit back and you go through, like, this is not a na boo boo, we know something that you don't know. It's not like that. But there are things that I can say. Number one, there were a lot of people on the trails when Betsy Blair was on the trails that have never really been spoken about and have nothing to do with this crime. So their names not being discussed or their timelines not being put out there is irrelevant. Bottom line is that Betsy Blair does not appear to be somebody who's very aware of her surroundings. Just like the 4-girl group, Bree and Rayleigh both testify that there were a lot of people out there. They have no specifics.
And you could bet your bottom dollar that not one of them ever looked at a watch.
Right. I mean, these are teenage girls, and I mean, I raised 2 of them, and if they're out and about with their friends for 2 hours, to ask them for a complete and utter breakdown of what they did, I'm not going to get a straight answer. They're not going to, their memory is going to be, vague. But we know that there were other people out there. Don't take my word for it. Read their testimony. There were also a lot of people out there after 3:00. A lot of people. You're talking, the Mears lot was jam-packed full of people. There were other groups of kids, girls and boys. And I've talked to a couple who were out there that law enforcement did talk to. They, in fact, were actually approached by Derek German when they first arrived on the trail. This was after 3 p.m. if they had seen Abby and Libby. And they said no. And they did speak to law enforcement. I don't need to put their name out there because there's no need for it. They were there after the fact. But bottom line, the point of the story is that this person who did this did not walk back through the trail to the CPS parking lot, and they didn't walk down 300 North to the CPS parking lot. There's no freaking way. This person had a game plan coming in and leaving. Not, and I don't even want to say this person. I'm going to say people. And if you literally spend a day, and that's what I've been doing for the past 3 or 4 days, at my daughter's house yesterday, painting, had my earbud in, listening. I was sending Quester clips like, oh my God, listen to this. There's a lot of talk from law enforcement about how many people they think are involved. And if you sit and you go back through, go through Scene of the Crime, it's like 7 or 8 episodes long. Infamous Indy is another podcast about this case. Pull up the James Renner interviews, which I think everybody's heard them, but go back and listen and really pay attention with what you know now versus what you didn't know when you first listened. And start taking notes. Always have a notepad. That's what I do. Take notes and you go, holy shit. That one little phrase that they just said changes everything for me. You're going to hear things in these interviews that make you go, how in the fuck did all of this change when Rick Allen was arrested? Everything they've been telling us, everything they've been saying, all went out the window when they arrested Rick Allen. Forget about it. Even Kelsey in the James Renner interview says that go listen to it. She is aware that and I don't know if she's speaking off the cuff, going along with what social media is saying, but not only does she say this, but she follows it up with her grandparents went and listened. She says that she's aware that there is more to the phone audio and video than what's been released. Now, mind you, this was well back before Rick Allen was arrested. This is back when all we had was guys down the hill. But she's saying there's more out there that's not been released, and that her grandma and grandpa went in and listened to it. And she said, she goes into detail that she didn't want to go listen to it because she wanted to remember her sister and Abby for the good memories and the way they were. She didn't want to relive what happened, and she would feel that she would be reliving what happened by listening to this video. Now, listen to that versus looking at the BG video and you're going, what? What? It makes no sense. Just like it makes no sense that we are told to disregard the first sketch, and the young bridge guy sketch is now our person of interest. Just like we're told, don't convince yourself that the first person you hear on the audio, guys, and the down the hill are the same. Could be 2 different people. Which brings me to talking about all the way back to the beginning of today's live, talking about Kelsey, talking about the photograph of Libby leaning down. So we now have not just a person who posted on Facebook stating that she saw the picture of Libby leaning down on the Monon High Bridge, and she showed it to law enforcement. But we also have Kelsey in an interview saying she saw a photograph of Libby leaning down. So now we have to go back to one of our biggest questions here on this channel is, who took the photograph of Libby leaning down?
could throw in another question as well.
Go ahead.
I'd say it's 99.9% certain that this leaning down picture could not have been taken before 2:07. Okay?
You're saying it was not?
It was not.
Okay.
After 2:07, we then get BG getting on the bridge. Would you then decide to start leaning down, lying or whatever on the bridge?
Probably not.
No, not with some guy coming straight at you on a bridge like that.
No.
No. So it just doesn't fit. Now we know that there've been pictures taken out of media pictures before on these, both the 2:07 and I can't remember the other one, came from media pictures. What's the chances on this leaning down one, Catherine, come from there too? Anyone could access those. Anyone who can get into her account.
But why delete it?
Easy way of hiding any trail, I suppose. Or
if it was, see, that's the problem. Even if it was deleted, is it really deleted in a phone extraction? And
phone extraction wouldn't wipe out those records, no.
I wouldn't think
or
so.
Shouldn't.
And that also goes back to, so, and for you guys who are watching, you can screenshot this image that I have here on the screen. These are all of the pertinent events on the phone that we believe are missing, where the GPS logged it, and what was going on the phone, what apps were in play, what apps were in the foreground, etc. So screenshot it if you want to do your own research. But this goes back to, let me pull this up here. To me, this original discussion that we did, I don't even know how many vaults back, about where Abby was on the bridge at 2:07. And I did a calculation of her height and what her stride would be at a normal pace. And if she was walking cautiously on the bridge from where she was located at 2:07 to get to the end of the bridge would have been a 3-minute and 12-second walk to get to where that is, to get fully to the end of the bridge. If she was walking briskly, it would have taken her 2 minutes and 9 seconds. Yet it took her a total of 6 minutes and 38 seconds to get from where she was at 2:07 to the south end of the bridge when the video started. We know there's a photograph of Abby supposedly taken by Libby on this day, supposedly at 2:07. That's why us deciphering when the picture of Libby leaning down was taken is important, because we know Libby didn't take a photograph of herself, right?
Yep.
So when that photo was taken and where it fits into the timeline of the phone data matters. Are we passing a phone back and forth, one phone being passed back and forth? And if the photo of Libby leaning down was taken before, this is important, if that photo was taken before 2:07, that means the phone that was found had to have been in Abby's possession for Abby to have taken the phone and the photo of Libby leaning down. Then the phone would have had to have then been passed back to Libby, as Libby is now going ahead of Abby, right? Because Libby was in front of Abby, turning around, taking the picture of Abby at 2:07.
Oh, you've also got that. Kelsey said that from the moment they got out of the car, Libby was taking photos. Yet the only photo we've got, or the last photo we've got of Libby, is the one in the car. You know, the one that was flipped.
Mm-hmm.
And the only photo we've got of Abby after that time is that 2:07 one, which is bogus anyway.
Mm-hmm. And okay, so looking at the phone data list here, I think I asked you this the other day, where you thought the photo of Abby or of Libby leaning down, because we know this is a fact. And hold on, let me pull it up because people forget. Hold on. So we know the girls were here on the trail for 13 minutes. Yeah. It says 14 on here, but it's not quite 14. So they get out of the car at the Mears lot. They head up the trail from Mears, start walking towards the Monon High Bridge, and then they stop. Now remember, we have the GPS coordinates from the phone. And they're standing here at 2:05 and 8. Well, they're here at 1:51 and some change. Then we get another GPS ping at 2:05 and 8 seconds in this same spot.
I think there was one or two in between that as well.
I know that there was several, one.
Yeah.
The one was at 1:51. Then we have the second one at 2:05 and 8 seconds. And then we have a third one at 2:05 and 10 seconds, which is 2 seconds later when we get the empty bridge photo from Libby's phone. So that means Libby had the phone. If we're going to believe all the data that we've been given, if we're going to believe it all, there's over 300 meters from this location to the Monon High Bridge. Now, you also have to incorporate, and you can do the time also by when Betsy Blair arrived. Betsy Blair is pulling into the Mears lot at 1:47 and some change. She has to park, she has to get out, and she has to make her way all the way to the Monon High Bridge to see the man on the first platform. That's at least 7 minutes, at least 7 minutes. Then she has to turn around and walk back. That's at least 3 minutes to interact, bypass the girls midway on the trail, like she testified. That's not bullshit. She said at the midway mark, she passed Abby and Libby. Well, we know that Abby and Libby had been standing in this area for a little over 13 minutes. The last GPS at this location was 2:05 and 8 seconds. And then at 2:05 and 10 seconds, they're miraculously at the edge of the Monon High Bridge. So we know that Libby had the phone, right? Are we assuming that it's Libby taking the photographs this day and uploading them to Libby's Snapchat account? And then what did she do? Did she pass the phone over to Abby and say, here, take a picture of me leaning down? And then at some point, Abby takes the picture, it gets uploaded, and then Abby gives Libby back the phone. And then Libby passes Abby turns around and takes the photo at 2:07. Is that how it went down? Or was the photo taken of Abby at 2:07 and then the phone given to Abby, and Abby takes the photo after 2:07 of Libby leaning down, which we can tell based on this timeline, Abby had 6 minutes and 38 seconds to do so, to take the photo of Libby leaning down. This is after 2:07. So the photo of Abby was already taken at 2:07. She could have taken the picture of Libby and uploaded it within that 6 minute and 38 second time frame before the BG video started at 2:13, right? Are we dealing with
the BG would have to be on the bridge.
Right, exactly.
If it's a 6 minute clock, BG had to be on the bridge by 2:07.
That is why all of this, unfortunately, needs to be dissected the way that we're dissecting it, because you have to leave no doubt. And based on all of these little increments of time, we can prove what is provable and what's not. And what I don't believe for any amount of salt is that these two girls were passing one phone back and forth. And Quester brought up just this morning the idea or the concept that what if the phone that was found was the phone that Abby had in her possession, and the phone that Libby had has been lost. Well, my issue with that is if we believe the video is real and we believe that Libby took the video, then we are still dealing with a phone that's being passed back and forth. But there's no explanation as to why any of these photos that we know were taken, why they are missing. I mean, even the photo of Abby on the bridge at 2:07 is missing.
The 2:07 one is even worse because there's no data at all saying that it was even taken, or even suggesting that it was.
So Candy, you bring up a good point. So you're talking about Dairy Queen texting about tickets. Yes. So let's put this in perspective. You've got Kelsey in the car driving, according to Kelsey and Becky Patty, by the way, because Becky Patty wants to back Kelsey up. And she half-assed does so by saying, oh yeah, I pulled up the phone records, and yes, Kelsey, I can't remember the time, but Kelsey did call her boyfriend. I just can't remember exactly what time. Okay. There's Becky Patty. Then you've got Kelsey saying two different things. One being that she was on the phone with her boyfriend the entire drive on the way to the Monon High Bridge to drop the girls off. Then you've got Kelsey also saying she called her boyfriend Chase right after she dropped the girls off. Well, I would have to lean towards that because of the fact that how are you on the phone with your boyfriend the entire drive? You've got Abby and Libby in the car, blaring music, windows down, singing songs, and you've got someone from Dairy Queen texting Libby, telling her that the raffle tickets that she wanted are there, And then this same person texts Libby back and says, never mind, your sister just said that she will pick them up when she gets to work. So Kelsey, being a brand new driver, is Kelsey driving, talking, texting, singing, blaring music with the window down? Is that realistic? I don't know.
Certainly not while the two girls were scowling and crying, almost.
Well, there's come here, my boy. So does anybody in chat, I know there's a handful of locals. I'm not interested in the geocache that was at the north end of the bridge. I'm interested in knowing where the geocache was that was out by the road.
The 300 north. Yep.
That's the one that I would like to know its exact location. I don't know if anybody knows. Mm-hmm. I'm interested in the geocache because Fungi threw out the scenario today about we were talking about the taped off area out there by Mears by 300. Classic overthinker. I always thought that Bree spent the night at the Patties because they did a girls' night, movie night, and then Abby and Libby went in to paint afterwards. But
yeah,
all of
KG
that
said specifically it was her friends, not Libby's.
Sweet dude Chibi, I'm asking if anyone knows where the geocache location is of there's supposedly 2 geocache locations out there on the trails. One is at the north end of the bridge on the east side of the bridge, and then the other one I believe was out by 300. And I always Quester and I have always kicked around the crime scene tape that blocked off the area out there by the Mears lot. And Fungi brought up today whether or not that was where the second geocache location was. Yes, Kelsey signed in with Chris Moore. Quester has some of that data. But the thing with for me, the second it was brought up is if any of you guys watched the Roadblocks video that was made, it was released and then it was taken down. I think I have it somewhere. But in the Roadblocks video, it shows Abby and Libby, instead of walking up the Mears Trail to the intersection, it shows them cutting through the woods right there. And I'm wondering if that other geocache was there. Well, Savannah, if you have it, I would love to have it. Quester, do you see where I'm going with that?
I see where you're going. Yep. Yeah. There's an interesting thing about this geocaching, and that they're talking about the professor who was involved with the geocaching. Did you know he stopped doing it right after the murders?
Yeah, I mean the whole thing went down.
Yeah.
No, when the car stopped, no, Abby spent the night at the Patties. There's no question about that. And Abby's house was on the other side, the complete other side of the trails. So that's not a question. But we were just trying to align something that made sense, because we know that, Kelsey has made several references to the geocache, and she was saying that Libby would never go out and look for those geocache locations without her, because they had said and agreed that they would do it together. But we know that that area by Mears had crime scene tape around it. Chris Moore, classic overthinker, is the name of the professor who was the one planting all of the geocache like rewards that these kids would go out and find. But the second that I seen the roadblocks video, I was like, I thought it correlated with the crime scene tape in that area. Instead of the girls walking straight up the Mears gravel drive to the intersection, they cut to the left and went up over the little ravine, like not a ravine, but like the hill there where the old tractors and stuff were parked, and cut through there to get to the trail, which would have popped them out exactly here where they stood for 13 minutes. If you go up here where it says old trailer on the hill, there's paths here, and they would have come up this way towards the trails. So you're heading south, and you go through the woods and pop out there on the trail. That would have explained the route, why we always thought the route was odd, because we have no data from the girls from the time that Kelsey dropped them off and them getting out and them walking down the gravel road onto the trail and walking up to the midway point. All of a sudden, they just appear on the trail at 1:51. So we were trying to figure out what would make sense to fill that time. And I mean, we could be totally wrong, but we would just need to know where that other geocache was.
Yeah. The other thing is, being pedantic, we don't know that it was Libby and Abby that went there. We know where the phone did.
Right.
But who knows? I don't believe it, but say Kelsey did, and she carried the phone. Anybody could have taken the phone.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And, Jackie, good question. There was a million questions left unanswered at trial. We're just going over everything that's been made available publicly the best that we can to figure out why we don't have the answers and what does make sense. And when I look at this map and I visualize the fact that less than 300 meters away from this location here on the trail, we have a law enforcement supplemental report of a clump of hair, a clump of blonde hair being found right next to the barrier before you get on the bridge.
Is that the one that had the roots?
I'm not sure, but we also
another one in Abby's hand. Well,
that was Kelsey's. That was Kelsey's hair on Libby's or on Abby's finger that survived. That survived getting undressed, getting redressed, crossing a creek, stayed on her pinky the whole time. There was a clump of hair. I have the supplemental report. I've showed it on here. There was a woman 2 days after the bodies were found. She was on the trails with her 2 little kids. She called in to the Carroll County Sheriff's Office and reported a clump of blonde hair that she found next to the barricade, and there was a styrofoam cup laying nearby. She picked up the cup and put the cup over the clump of hair and told law enforcement what she found and where it was, and that there was a cup covering it that she left there because she wasn't going to sit there and wait for law enforcement to show up. The officer who showed up documented the call, documented what he found and where he found it. So whether it had roots or not, I don't know. It just said a clump of blonde hair. And then we've got how many unidentified female hairs at the crime scene? Which is why
70 something altogether, the hair, wasn't it?
Something like that, something astronomical that they claimed they could not test because it would deplete the sample. Really?
They wanted to save it for later. I mean, what are you going to do with it later?
You couldn't take 20 of them and attempt to test.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of people are knocking the sheriff in the Nancy Guthrie case about sending the DNA off to a private lab in Florida instead of handing it over to the FBI. However, a private lab has more capabilities than, say, for example, the Indiana State Lab, which is why we are left with so many different outlets of testing that can still be done in this case. And they've done nothing. In fact, they waited years to even test the DNA. This whole thing stinks of corruption. This whole thing.
Yeah, it's worse. It's not just incompetence. It's gone beyond that.
It's, you know, and the one thing that makes me so upset, like, and I just have to, you know, I go back to something that Michael Osbrook probably tells me on a weekly basis. Unless someone is willing to talk, unless someone is willing to spill the beans, we are going to be steering a ship without a compass.
I'd agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
And the problem is, lots of people have talked and been dismissed.
True story. True story. And there's a situation brewing right now that I feel could be very detrimental to this case. And I'm afraid to pursue it because I don't want to put anybody in danger. And that's crazy. I mean, when people over the years have said this case is, you know, can cause you a lot of personal trauma, and I'm not saying me, I'm just saying the people that I have encountered who have been very willing to speak. And when 1 ounce of what they say has been repeated, I don't even have to say names. It's as though the case is being watched by somebody who's keeping track of what we're doing and are trying to get ahead of the steamroll that we're trying to do here. That might not make any sense the way that I'm framing it. It probably doesn't, but there's a lot of deaths surrounding this case. There are a lot of people who have come up missing. There are a lot of people who, you know, feel like their livelihood would be on the line if they spoke out. And we are either going to come across somebody who's willing to take a little bit of a risk. They're going to have to take the risk. in order to get them the protection that they might need, because there's so many different outlets to this case. But if someone's willing to take the risk, you know, there's protection, but they're not going to be protected for a bullshit story. So we need somebody who's willing to speak up, who has some real information.
And at the moment, I don't see it happening.
Okay, well, we've been on here for over 4 hours, 4 hours and 14 minutes. I got to go make dinner and I got to go to work tomorrow. So yeah, the problem is, who can we trust? Well, you can trust me. And I think that for some people, that's probably a scary thing. You know, they want to go to somebody who's high and in charge, and I'm not high and in charge, and I have no authority other than my voice, the platform, and the people who helped me on this case. But doing the right thing sometimes, depending on who you are, is more important than not doing the right thing, I guess. But this case needs solved. This case is not solved. Rick Allen is not the guilty person. And what's been done to him is disgusting and shameful. And
Rick Allen is probably the only person in the whole of Delphi that you can't point it at.
Yeah, I mean, out of all of the nexuses, pick the weakest link. The weakest link is Rick Allen in all of this. Oh, hey, Heather Brown. Thank you for being here. Thank everybody for being here, guys. I love you all. I love doing these. I wish I could do them every day. I would do them every day if I could. Yeah, authority from the heart is empathy in disguise. Nice little quote. Sweet dude, Chibi. All right, Quester. I will talk to you this week.
Righto.
Okay.
Right.
On to the
Off you
next
go and
one.
get your dinner.
Huh?
Off you go and get your dinner done.
I'm going to go get my dinner done. Yes, I am. And Ashley's supposed to call me here in a little bit, so I'm going to talk to her while I cook dinner. So be safe. Peace out. Love you guys. Bye, Quester.
Take care. Bye. Bye, everyone.
Bye.